Welcome to the inquiry into budget estimates 2025-2026. This is the second hearing of the committee's inquiry. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Treasurer Mookhey and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of the Treasurer. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome again, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Treasurer, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Mr. Coates-Trotter, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Thanks, Chair. Michael Coates-Trotter, Secretary of the New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Coates-Trotter. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Treasurer for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will commence now with questions from the opposition.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Tudor.
Treasurer. Mr. Coates-Trotter.
Good morning, Mr. Tudor. It's very good to see you.
Now, can you hear me?
Actually, can't. Can you pull your microphone on?
There you go. There you go. There we go.
I actually can't.
Well, we had to just get through that little session, Treasurer, because it's part of your performance, and we enjoy it.
Genuinely, can you pull it forward? I can't actually.
That's
the
okay.
acoustics are.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I can hear you.
That's because my microphone's very close.
Have you got the budget paper?
I have the right ones as well.
Do you?
I do.
So you just want to check?
I double checked.
You did?
I made sure this morning. I said to them, the first thing I said to my office was, make sure we have the right budget
papers. It'd be very embarrassing not to have the right ones, wouldn't it?
It would. And it was.
And it was. And it will probably be something that I continue to remind you of.
For many years to come.
For many years to... Oh, I'm glad you accept that.
Because that's the type of person you are, Mr. Tudor.
Except that I'll be sitting there and you'll be sitting here, Treasurer.
Indeed.
Where will I be sitting?
Let's see how we go.
Nice call. Treasurer, how much do you expect to cut from the annual transport budget by merging Sydney Trains with New South Wales Trainslink?
The savings there, I expect it to be aligned to approximately, it's probably a 1% operating budget save that allows us to deliver two things. The first,
I didn't ask you how much
I'm just giving you the context that you asked for.
Okay.
But I think, Mr. Tudor, it's about a 1% operating budget save.
So what is that in dollar terms?
Yeah, I think I can take that part of that question on notice, but I just point out that dollar save means that we'll be spending more money delivering services to regional New South Wales.
I'll come to that, Treasurer. Just listen to my questions and we'll get through this. How many full-time employee positions will be made redundant as a result of that merger?
I don't know, because they're working through that process. Obviously, we've introduced a policy that also allows people who otherwise have to change roles to seek other roles in the departments and within the agencies. And my expectation is, of course, that Transport will work through that respectfully. I also expect them to work through the new return to people program, understanding by the Premier's Department, that we implemented in our first budget, which is the reason why we have saved money on redundancies across the government, as we said we would.
But the truth is...
Can I just finish the answer, Mr. Tudor-Hope?
Well...
And the third part that I'd say is that I would prefer us providing more services rather than us otherwise having people perform roles that could be absorbed. And I certainly think it's a good thing that we are taking out some of the overhead that emerged when the previous government split TransLink out, which didn't lead to additional services but did lead to additional cost.
Well,
and my view is, equally, the other part of why I think that's a sensible decision is because it allows us to get, or at least assist in getting back on track the regional rail fleet deployment. Now, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you know as well as I do that that's been a really troubled program. And you know as I do that the manner in which that program was procured was certainly not what the government intended. I recall you mentioned switching spots. When I was sitting in your spot at estimates hearings in roughly 2015 and 2016, I recall Mr. Constance at the time speaking at great nauseam and length about how excited he was to be deploying that new fleet. That new fleet is not yet deployed, in large part for a variety of reasons to do with its procurement and its design. But the fact that through the arrangement we reached with the RTBU, we are now in a position to get the fleets in use is going to save taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars that otherwise we were at risk. And so you make a good point about what are we doing and what are we changing and what are the consequences, and you're absolutely right to press me on the detail of that. But the broader point here is that the big saving that comes from that split, that merger, is to deploy the fleet. And the people who want that the most are regional New South Wales and, incidentally, Treasury, because we don't want trains we bought to be sitting...
I've allowed you to give this speech now for nearly 4 minutes.
Actually, that was me.
Well, to be fair, 4 minutes. I don't think you gave me you allowed me because I'm here to give evidence.
No.
The
Well,
second point
it's a speech you're giving, not answering my questions.
But I say that just simply point from the perspective of a person on the Central Coast who wants
the point of order has been taken.
This is not responsive to my question.
Yeah, Treasurer, that's a very expansive and thorough answer. It went for 4 minutes, so I think you've covered off most of the bases. Let's have a question.
In future, Treasurer, and I'm respectfully saying this to you, this is a process which works well. If I ask a question, you answer it and don't give a speech.
No, that's not.
No,
I wouldn't agree with that. But
So,
I'll take your point.
Treasurer, what was the total cost of the 14 months back pay of the 4% wage rise for Sydney Trains and New South Wales TransLink, and was it allowed for in the 25-26 budget?
The answer to the second question is yes. And the answer to the first question is I'm happy to come back to you on notice with some more detail on that.
So the 4% was allowed for in the budget?
To the best of my knowledge, it was. Yes. Yeah, and equally, can I just say, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that for the first part of your question around the back pay, just bear in mind, in last year's budget and the budget before, we budgeted for a pay rise. And so, in large part, because that money wasn't then paid at that point in time, we obviously saved some money that we were in a position to return as wages. It's not like last year's budget, we budgeted for a 0% wage rise for rail workers.
So you say to me that the 4% wage rise for Sydney Trains, which is above the 3% which has been allowed for most other employee-related expenses, was allowed for in relation to transport?
I don't understand the point of your question.
Was the 4% allowed for, or was it 3%?
No, I answered that. I answered that question.
You say it was 4%.
I said, you asked me whether or not the 4% was budgeted, and I said it was.
Well, was it budgeted for on the basis of 4% or 3%?
It was budgeted for on the basis of the arrangement we reached with the rail, tram and bus
And
union.
that was a
and
4%?
Sorry, I should say the combined rail unions.
And that was for
Yes.
4%. Is that
Yes.
right? And that's allowed for in the forward years as well?
To the best of my knowledge, it is, yes.
Okay. How much of the 4% increase is going to, in fact, involve sacking workers?
How much is the 4%? What
How much is the pay rise going to involve redundancies?
the pay rise for the combined rail unions bargaining unit involves changes at New South Wales Trains Link and Sydney Trains, which you've already asked me
So
about.
the 900 employees,
They're not
or 900 odd employees, which have just
Yeah.
been offered redundancies by New South Wales Transport, have nothing to do, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
In relation
Yes.
to this
Yes.
pay increase?
Yes.
In the circumstances where that pay increase has been afforded, what services will be reduced to in fact deliver it?
What services will be reduced? This will deliver more services, Mr. Tudor-Hope. And
Well,
incidentally, not just more services, more reliable services. The other part of this agreement that is a big step forward is the agreement for us to be able to deploy a whole bunch of new technology that means that the network can recover after adverse events. To make that perhaps a bit more understandable, you would recall earlier in the year we had a power line that went down that caused quite a traffic jam on the network at peak hour. The way in which Sydney Trains currently has to respond is by using phone calls and paper to be able to redeploy staff. We got agreement amongst many other changes that we can just deploy new technology to do that. And that's a big step forward in terms of reliability. You're quite right to press me on this. What's in it for the taxpayers? What's in it for the taxpayers with this agreement is better and more reliable services and a more cooperative relationship with the workforce. Incredibly hard fought. And I want to take this opportunity again just to make it clear from my perspective that of course we are very appreciative and sorry to the public for the inconvenience that was caused as that bargaining was taking place. But at the end of it, what we have gotten is the ability to run a network better, which is also the reasons why, since the agreement has been concluded, we have seen a recovery in reliability and service delivery. And we've got more work to do there, for sure we do. But it puts us in a much better position to give people the services that they're right to.
Thanks, Treasurer. Can you give me in dollar terms what the value of the back pay amount was?
I think I took that on notice, Mr. Tudor.
You can't identify that?
I think I've taken it on notice.
Would you say that the back pay in fact is included in the budget papers?
Yes.
It was included. Yeah. Can I ask you this? We had the hapless roads minister in relation to, and was asked questions in relation to the completion of the M6. Did you hear that evidence?
No, I didn't.
And in fact,
And incidentally, I might not necessarily agree with your characterisation of the evidence that you gave. And I think, to be fair to you, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I think you can be a bit more respectful.
well, thank you for your advice. In respect of the evidence that she gave, she couldn't give any indication of when the M6 would be completed. Would you accept that from me, that was
No.
her evidence?
No.
You wouldn't accept it?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. I trust you, but no, I'm not going to trust you to characterise the evidence of a cabinet colleague.
Well, I put it to you that her evidence was that she had no ability to, in fact, indicate when that project would be completed, and in fact was heavily reliant on engineering reports and the like in relation to geotechnical issues which had arisen in respect of that project. Is that part of your understanding about why there is a delay?
The minister's evidence?
Now, I'm asking as a part of your understanding, is the way I put it to you. Is that part of your understanding about why there is a delay in the completion of this project?
What are you putting to me?
That part of the reason for the delay in the completion of the project is, in fact, the geotechnical issues which have arisen in respect of...
By geotechnical issues, are you describing the sinkhole?
Yes.
Yes, there's a sinkhole that is there.
Geotechnical issue, isn't it?
Well, I guess that's one way of describing it. The other way of describing it is there's a sinkhole.
Okay.
And that stopped the ability to
And there's
complete
more
the
than
tunnel.
one, isn't there?
Yes,
Yes,
my understanding is that's true.
So that is your understanding?
Yes, my understanding is
Well,
that
that's
the
helpful.
M6 project is a tunnelling project that stopped tunnelling when the ground collapsed.
And what is your understanding? What is your understanding of how long it is going to take to address that problem?
My understanding is it's the source of quite an intense contractual dispute with the people who are building it, and I'm disappointed that that's happening. I'd also just point out that contract was entered into by your government.
But regardless, what is the impediment to getting this project underway and completed? Is it
fact
just
that
that? Is
there's
it
a
just?
sinkhole.
Is it just the? Good.
There's a hole.
Yeah. Thanks, Treasurer.
It's a-
Treasurer. Resolving that issue should be a priority, should it not?
It is a priority.
Well, what is your understanding in terms of actually being able to progress the resolution of that issue?
There's an intense contractual dispute.
Yes,
And
and
that
how
dispute needs to be resolved.
how is it that we are in fact progressing that contractual dispute?
By insisting that the contractor fix the problem.
Good. How long is that going to take?
That's the source of the dispute.
Really?
Yes.
The-
Believe it or not, believe it or not, the contractor and the consortium that your government entered into to contract to build it are obviously in big dispute about and contesting whether they should pay for
But
it.
see, the real reason is this: you're happy for these projects to be delayed, aren't you?
No,
That is the fact of it. That is the fact
Sorry,
of it,
Mr. Chair, but you
Treasurer.
just asked
That-
me-
Don't just listen to me and answer the question
No,
when
you
I'm
interrupted
finished.
me, Mr. Chair.
Just when I'm
Within
finished,
30
then you can make your speech. The fact of it is that you're happy for these projects to be delayed, aren't you?
No. And
Well-
the reason why
Good.
is that, Mr. Tudor, when I became Treasurer, I inherited, as did the government, as did the transport ministers, as did the Premier, a Sydenham to Bankstown conversion that was in real distress. A Western Metro program that was facing equal
Well,
distress.
that's your assertion.
Sorry, you
Oh,
said I could
yeah.
finish.
A point of order has been taken. Mr. Namber on a point of order.
Chair, the Treasurer had only just commenced
But he shouldn't
his
misrepresent
answer.
the state of the
It's
project.
not courteous to the
Don't
witness to
misrepresent the
interrupt
state
as
of the
he's,
project.
as he's providing an answer that's directly relevant to the question that
Yeah,
was
but he
put
should
to him
not
by Mr.
misrepresent.
Yes,
Tudor.
I uphold the point of order. Please allow the Treasurer to answer his the question you've put, Mr. Tudor. The Treasurer.
Thank you. And I think the question you put to me was, "Are happy?" And
You
I'm
are.
saying that I wasn't happy when I was initially briefed about the state of distress of the Sydenham Bankstown project, nor was I happy about the state of, for example, the Western Metro. Incidentally, we also had major issues at the time with the Sydney to Southwest Metro and the M6, as well as the regional rail fleet. And I could keep going. I might. Equally, the Western Harbour Tunnel project also required some attention, particularly its integration with the broader road network and, of course, the Rozelle interchange. So, no, I'm not happy about the manner in which the projects were managed under your government and the consequences, therefore, for the government I serve. And, yes, it is taken a lot of effort, but ultimately I'm not happy because people of New South Wales were promised better. And they were promised better in terms of service delivery and cost. And what certainly causes me anxiety when it comes to the M6 project is I would much prefer to be putting that money into better road services, better public transport, better schools and better hospitals, and rather than having to manage a contractual dispute that was created by the manner in which your government procured that project.
How much have you allowed for wage increases for transport workers for each of the 4 budget years?
I would just refer you to the budget papers.
Well,
Which
go to
transport
pa- go-
workers,
go to-
sorry?
Go to
Which specific
budget paper
transport
number
workers?
4, 11-2.
You're blocking your mouth.
Go to budget paper number 4, page 11-2.
Budget paper number 4, 11 dash 2. Sure. 11 dash 2. Yes.
See, you see there, employee expenses for transport.
Yes.
They only increased $89 million from 24-25.
Sure.
That's not going to cover the back pay, let alone the 8.16% wage increase to 25-26 on the 24-25 wages, is it?
Well, why don't I take that on notice?
No, I bet you'll take it on notice.
But I'll just
because
point out,
it's correct
sorry, Mr.
observation,
Chair,
isn't
Can you
it?
just let me finish? The short answer is that it's not a correct rendering of the events, because as you know as well as I do, the employee-related expense line item covers more than what you're describing. But equally, as you rightly point out, we are, as you can see in this budget paper, incidentally, by the way, Mr. Tudor, I hope you know this, this is Transport for New South Wales.
Yep.
This is not Sydney Trains. And,
Well,
can I just go?
but
No,
but
Mr. Tudor,
it
I'm
doesn't
sorry,
matter.
but you just tried
Order,
to mislead us all.
order,
Here. You want
order.
to talk about the employee expense line item for rail workers and transport workers. It's why I asked you to identify which transport workers were you talking about, and you didn't. And by not doing so, you're trying to pass off a department budget as Sydney Trains' budget. And you know as well as I do that if you turn to the operating page 1,
Yep.
you know as well as I do that Sydney Trains is a PNFC. That's not that.
So,
You're
well,
not, surely
take
as
me-
the shadow treasurer, you're not deliberately trying to confuse what is a PNFC budget and a general government budget. You're not doing that, are you?
No, certainly not. But you have not, in fact, covered the back pay, have you?
Oh, Mr. Tudor, on the
Have
basis of
have you
using-
done it?
You're using the department budget. If you want to see where that is, well, can I just grab budget paper number 1?
Yep.
And if you turn, where are we at? We're budget paper number 1. We're on. If you go to the revenue, the expenses line item or the recurrent expenditure aspect, you'll see in the other
what
operating
page are you referring me to?
statement.
So what
How about I
page are you
come back
referring
to you
to?
on that in the next session, because we're about to run out of time on this one. But you know as well as I do that the state's contribution to the Sydney Trains operating budget is reflected in the other operating expenses part of budget
And I will
paper
come
number
back
1.
to it with you.
I'll get my office to get you some more detail.
Thank you, Treasurer. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you. Welcome, Treasurer.
Hello, Mr. Boston.
I just want to talk to you for a few minutes or ask you some questions around first home buyers assistance scheme. As you know, first home buyers in New South Wales are facing record challenges, with Sydney's median house price forecast to hit 1.83 million in 2025, putting ownership even further out of reach. Affordability is the biggest hurdle, compounded by soaring living costs, rising rents, and a difficulty for saving. Treasurer, who is, and obviously you've introduced a new first home buyer assistance scheme. Can you explain to me who actually is eligible for it?
I can. The first home buyers assistance scheme sees first home buyers who purchase a property for less than $800,000 pay zero stamp duty, and for first home buyers that purchase a property up to $1 million pay no stamp duty, and that approximately between the two categories covers roughly 85% of first home buyers. Close to 9 out of 10 out of every first home buyer in New South Wales pays either no tax or lower tax.
So where do you find a property less than $1 million in certainly anywhere within 8 to 10 kilometres of the GPO or the old GPO?
You'd be surprised, Mr. Tudor, Mr. Bossart.
Don't mistake me, please.
I'm sorry. You'll be surprised. In fact, we can get you some more information about the exact geographical distribution of the benefits. But for example, one of the things that did certainly surprise me was that amongst the biggest users of the first home buyers assistance scheme were first home buyers in the east of the city in places like Wallara. In large part because that does reflect apartments and access to apartments and units as well, which is often and commonly the type of housing which first home buyers first acquire.
Is that going to be near the new rail station you're going to put into Wallara?
Well, I can't speculate on that, but I can say that we want people to live close to railway stations. We think that is an excellent use of urban amenity, and also people do want to do that. Lots of people do want to live within walking distance of a train station, we're pleased that first home buyers are able to buy in that part of the city as they are across New South Wales. Other part I'd just say about
an announcement you're making?
About the other part I would talk about. We are seeing that program does disproportionately benefit regional New South Wales, and we think that's a good thing.
Can you explain? I might just go to rural and regional New South Wales.
Yep.
I mean, is it true to say that you've got exactly the same level of exemptions in relation to rural and regional areas?
We do. I should point out that the rules are slightly different for first home buyers that are buying properties that don't yet have dwellings on them. That is, they're buying the land without the house. But I can tell you, I can give you some figures about the regional take-up if you would like. I can say that in the Hunter Valley, we've had 3,518 first-time buyers assisted, saving them $71.3 million, an average of $20,271. In the Central West, $37.1 million has been saved, with an average saving of $17,647. In the Capital Region, 2,044 first-time buyers have been helped, saving an average of $18,691 and $38.2 million saved in general.
Can you explain how the exemptions actually work and the discounts work in relation to the scheme?
Yes. So again, if you're purchasing a property that is less than $800,000, you just pay nothing. And it's really pretty straightforward. It's not more complicated for that. For the $800,000 to $1 million band, it operates on a sliding scale. And without wanting to bore you too technically with the maths, if you were to look at the Act, you will see that there's a formula there that says, in essence, the higher the property price is, the more that the
So it actually just chops off at 1 million and nothing above that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the way it does work. That is the threshold. And on that, that threshold, we do know covers more than 1 in 2 properties in New South Wales, which is eligible for people to buy as well. There are 3.4 million dwellings stock in New South Wales, and so that is what we understand to be the current reach of those thresholds.
Do you think that, and certainly the rental market's dire in New South Wales, it's probably elsewhere as well, but do you think it actually will make it cheaper for people to acquire a property and live rather than pay rent?
We are.
Have you done those numbers?
We are seeing some migration between renters and first-time buyers, but you're right to say, Mr. Borsat, that's probably more influenced by interest rates eligibility than it is necessarily the first-time buyer scheme. Bear in mind, the first-time buyer scheme can only be triggered by those who are in a position to buy, which does turn more on whether or not a bank's prepared to lend, which does turn heavily on 2 factors. Firstly, are their wages going up? And I'm pleased that in New South Wales just last week we reported the biggest rise in real wage growth in the country at 3.4%. The second aspect is interest rates. And we are seeing that as interest rates fall and normalise, we are seeing first home buyers return a bit more to the markets as well.
I think thanks. You mentioned interest rates. I think we've seen in the last 3 months, 50 or 75 basis points.
Yep, it's come down by 75 basis points since the start of the year.
What's the annual saving to the budget in relation to that?
To the budget?
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting question. The budget.
Obviously you would have had some assumptions in there. So.
We do. So the budget, as interest rates fall, Mr. Borsat, the Commonwealth bond rate falls in general. The exact numbers will be interesting. I might get Treasury to come back to you on that.
Yep.
And then so usually what we see is that after interest rates fall, the cost of the Commonwealth interest falls, and given that ours tends to be benchmarked to the Commonwealth, ours falls accordingly. That's a 3-step transmission sort of chain. But I guess the simple way of answering is there's 2 things we're seeing. Interest rates have fallen, which means the cost of government borrowing in general has fallen. But pleasingly for New South Wales, the difference between what we pay and what the Commonwealth pays is shrinking. It was at the start of the year, it was roughly, we would pay about 75 basis points more than the Commonwealth. That's now down to around, depending on which day you check the market, it's roughly...
That's a very big spread.
It is. It's been one of the highest, but not as bad as Queensland and Victoria. And we have noticed this, Mr. Borsak, that in the last 2 years, states have had to pay more relative to the Commonwealth than they have in the recent past. That is a big reason why in this budget and in last year's budget and the budget before that, I've been very determined to normalise our debt, to bring down gross debt by $9 billion, particularly ahead of the refinancing. I can actually say that in the day after we gave our budget, we saw our spreads fall for a while. And but as of last week, in the fortnightly bond market update that I got, which I relish and love, and I suggest everyone...
it's riveting reading.
It is riveting. Thank you, Mr. Borsak. That spread has fallen to roughly 55 to 60 basis points. Pleasingly as well, we're now paying less for our debt than Queensland. That when I became Treasurer, I had a lower credit rating than New South Wales, but was paying less for its debt than we were. And that's now been a sustained pattern since the start of the year. And I think that's a reassuring sign because you're right to say one of the biggest, in fact, the biggest increase in cost pressure on the New South Wales budget is our interest expenses. Our interest expenses are the biggest source of cost rise that we are reporting in this year's budget, and we expect to be reporting over each of the budgets to come for many years, because we are refinancing a lot of debt that the previous government, in large part, was right to incur during COVID.
Just quickly, why do you think you're seeing the drop in that spread by 20 basis points when you're remarketing bonds?
Yeah, three
now,
things
as
I'd
opposed
point
to when you took it up 2 years ago.
The three. I mean, I'm very tempted to say because of my brilliant financial management.
I wouldn't agree with that. But anyway,
but I'm not. The factual response is this. Firstly, sovereign bond markets around the world are going through a period of turbulence that is, I would describe as most heightened in about 30 years. That's in large part created by the US, what's going on with the US Treasury market, and that has consequences on every government around the world. Second factor that I should just point out in that respect is Germany, changing their borrowing policy this year, has also seen them enter the bond market as a major borrower, and that's affecting our spreads. What we're seeing is, in general, Australian governments are relatively considered to be safe and reliable and predictable, so we are seeing a bit more interest in the entire Australian bond market. The second point I'd point out is that compared to the other states, New South Wales is now seen as being a bit more predictable in its issuance program, and we again in this budget were the only state to lower our forecast issuance. That is, we're going to borrow less money than anyone thought, and that means the market has rewarded us.
Yeah, well, that's what you'd expect.
And the third aspect I'd point out is also people are seeing the gross debt stabilise and fall as a proportion of GSP faster than expected, in large part because we are running a cash surplus, and in large part because we did make some pretty difficult decisions to lower our debt, but we're getting rewarded a bit more in the marketplace, which is incredibly helpful. And the final point I make is this: a 20-point spread reduction is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a big saving for us. And in my first budget, we did say that we would prefer to pay our creditors less so we can put more money into our essential services.
Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, do you think a key metric for a healthy corporation is that it makes a profit?
Yes.
Does the New South Wales hardwood forestry SOC make a profit?
No.
Excellent. Do you think it's going to make a profit?
Not in the short term.
How long is the short term?
I will get that for you.
When will it start making money?
Let me just firstly, let me perhaps on detail, come back to you on that. But my expectation is that it's unlikely to make a profit. The hardwood division is unlikely to make a profit this decade.
Really? So it's just going to run at a loss.
That's my expectation.
How much will the taxpayers of New South Wales have to pay to subsidise the losses of this state-owned stock, which you are the one of two voting shareholders in?
Whether you characterise it as a subsidy or not is a different question. But I will say that the losses are not what I would describe as necessarily huge, but you are right to point out it is loss-making. But the other point I just made with the hardwood
Is $60 million huge?
Over what period of time?
Well, it's over the. Let me just bring this up. That the cumulative losses from the native forest hardwood logging division have been $60 million to this point.
I think the cumulative losses, therefore, you're describing from. Probably, I'm just backwards inferring here. I think you're implying from financial year 21.
Yes, I would say it's like either.
Look, I'll leave it for others to characterise whether it's huge or not, but I'd say the general way in which people answer that question is they take the loss as a percentage of the revenue over that period of time. So I think on most corporate metrics, it wouldn't be described as huge, but it would be described as warranting attention. The other point I'd just make is Forestry Corporation's hardwood division was heavily affected by the Black Summer bushfires, and that did jeopardise their capacity to make a profit from that division. Equally, the hardwood division of Forestry Corp does discharge a social function of managing the estate as well, and so it's not fair to Forestry Corp to necessarily describe them as identical to a private sector corporation. They're obviously a state-owned corporation, and they're as distinct. But I think, to be fair to everyone involved in Forestry Corp, they themselves make the point that their profitability has been affected by the Black Summer and their capacity to provide wood supply, and equally that their cost base is quite fixed because they do undertake social function that is otherwise heretofore, at least until 2021, was, they would argue, subsidised by their profit-making operations.
What is the social function that they provide?
Managing the estate.
What does managing the estate mean?
As in, it means, for example, undertaking all the maintenance that's required of managing a public forestry estate, making sure that the fire prevention works are all done, and equally undertaking the sort of investments akin to what National Park has to do for the National Park component of the state's land.
Okay, thank you. Treasurer, I nearly called you Premier.
I nearly called you Mr. Tudor.
What a terrible mistake. You've just been at the Economic Reform Roundtable, a bit of a black box, one of the select attendees. What's the outcome for the people of New South Wales?
A more
What
productive
happened?
Australia and a more productive New South Wales.
How?
Look, you are right.
The question I have is, did the New South Wales government take a position to that Economic Reform Roundtable on tax reform, negative gearing reform?
No. And I should point out, I was invited as the chair of the Board of Treasurers, as well as the New South Wales Treasurer, but predominantly in my role as the chair of the Board of Treasurers, which meant that I was speaking for all the state governments of all political persuasions and of all parts of our federation, which they enjoyed as much as I did. And so I, neither on behalf of the Board of Treasurers nor on behalf of the New South Wales government did I take positions in respect to that particular question of tax policy.
So did you take any positions in terms of taxation reform?
Yes.
What were they?
argument that I put forward at the roundtable on behalf of all the states was that the states are always interested in having constructive conversations with about tax reform. I also argued that the Commonwealth is responsible for collecting 81% of the nation's taxes, and states collect 19%. And I also made the point that with such a balance, predominantly tax policy is a question for the federal government, but to the extent to which there's interaction with state taxes, we will always look for constructive suggestions, which means that workers can get more wages, we can create more jobs, and businesses can invest more. The specific area of focus on state taxes was whether or not states could do more to remove inefficient taxes. And by inefficient taxes, I mean taxes that otherwise displace economic activity greater than necessary.
What are some of those? Stamp duty, payroll tax?
A good example, actually.
What are some examples of taxes?
Well, depending on who you believe, but if you were to refer to the work that was undertaken by Chris Murphy on behalf of the National Productivity Commission at the head of the roundtable, he's pointed out that the most inefficient taxes the states levy, you could describe them as either commercial stamp duty, which is what Grattan described as being the most inefficient. Actually, that's not fair to Grattan. Chris Richardson made that point at the roundtable, that the most inefficient was commercial stamp duty. That was slightly contested. The other candidate for worst state tax was state insurance taxes. And in large part, that is, we would concur that they are very inefficient taxes. And that's why, for example, we are looking forward to here in New South Wales having a conversation with the Parliament about the future of the Emergency Services Levy. The other sort of taxes that generally are described as inefficient that the states levy include conveyance duties. You asked about payroll tax. This is the tax that business hates, but tax designers don't hate as much, is the way I describe it.
Okay. Did the waste levy Rayner mention as an inefficient tax? Do you think that has the Treasury analysed the impact of the waste levy on the competitiveness of New South Wales as a location for the circular economy or advanced manufacturing?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Buckingham, but I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Actually, I don't believe Treasury has, but I'm fairly positive the Department of Environment has strong views on that. And I think their argument is that it encourages the development of a circular economy because it properly prices it at what economists would describe as an externality, that is waste. And therefore puts a value on waste that therefore encourages people to divert their investment into less wasteful production.
Thank you, Treasurer. There's a line item in your budget which says that productivity's stuck in New South Wales, essentially. I'm paraphrasing that. But in the absence of a major technological advancement, it will remain that way. How is it we are not seeing an uplift in productivity from AI when the New South Wales Productivity Commission has said that AI has the potential to uplift GSP by $100 billion over the next 10 years, 11.8% over the next 10 years? And it was a matter that was raised at the key agenda item at the Economic Reform Roundtable. Why are we not seeing an uplift in productivity from AI in this state?
Well, firstly, Mr. Buckingham, you've proven to be very prescient on the topic of AI, and kudos to you for establishing, I think, the nation's first parliamentary inquiry into AI, which did platform me to be able to speak at the roundtable with a bit more depth than otherwise I would have. So thank you for that. The second is that Treasury does see AI as being potentially transformative for productivity growth in New South Wales, as does the nation. And the third part of my response is, why isn't it yet showing up in the measurement of AI, of productivity? two reasons. One, we haven't deployed it properly yet, and two, it will take a bit of time for it to then show up in the economic data. The final point I just make is the productivity windfall from AI, strong potential for sure. But the other part of that debate is how do we make sure that that productivity windfall is fairly shared between workers and business, between governments and business, and that's a big part. And equally, how do we internalise the risks, and how do we manage the risks, and who manages the risks, and who has to bear the risk, which was also a big subject of the conversation that I was participating in the roundtable in the last few days.
Treasurer, the opposition.
So I think the relevant page we were talking about was 11.1 in the same budget paper. So the increase is $1.1 billion.
So 11.1 of budget paper.
Number 4.
Yes.
How much of that figure is back pay?
I think I took that. I endeavoured to get that.
Okay,
on notice.
I'll accept that, Treasurer, that you can't give me that figure. In relation to the new Firefighters Award,
Yes.
how much of that cost is going to be back pay?
I would refer you to the decision of the court, which makes clear that that agreement applies from the last year's award,
Yeah, but
2024.
In dollar figures, what's that?
I think it's still being assessed by Fire and Rescue New South Wales because, to be fair, as you know from the judgment, Mr. Tudor, I suspect, is that the court did direct the parties to work through some of the finer details.
That's true.
And before they could formally make the award. And so, and equally, given that this is the biggest modernisation of the Firefighters Award in a while, I think it's fair and respectful for me to the parties involved to allow them to do that
Well,
work
surely,
as directed.
surely just in relation to the pay aspect, which has in fact been decided, the pay aspect, there are some conditions aspects which the parties have been sent back to finalise, but the pay part is finalised.
Well, to be fair to Mr. Tudor, a proper rendering of the judgment, I think, would say that given that the as you describe it, the pay component involves the conversion of allowances into the base pay. It's not as straightforward as you're making out for the purposes of back pay.
Well, there is no doubt that there is a significant uplift in wages, which in fact will have a component of back pay. Would you accept that?
Well, I would say accept that the Commission, after we removed the wage cap, dealt with the underpay of firefighters that was created in large part by your decision as the IR Minister
Well, that's just
at the
not
time
true.
to freeze pay.
But in any event,
It is true. If you want to read the
in
judgment.
any event,
I
is there
disagree
anything? Is there anything in the budget which allows for those back pay provisions over and above the 3%?
So my expectation of the impact on the budget of the back pay is that it's likely to be very minimal, and so I would expect that to be handled within the existing budgets. I don't think that's going to be an issue for the purposes of back pay. I do think what's interesting though is the judgment of the court as to why the back pay is needed in the first place.
Well,
and the reason why the back pay, according to the court,
Treasurer,
was needed...
just answer my questions rather than give speeches. We had the Premier do this the other day.
But I just don't know why
just answer
Mr.
the
Tudor,
questions.
why are you so reluctant to me
because
to...
for every paragraph you can quote, I can quote 2 paragraphs in response.
Well, then let's do that then for a while.
No, Treasurer, that's the whole point. So, in respect of the employee expenses, Fire and Rescue employee totalled $867 million for 24-25. Would you agree with that?
I'm happy to verify that number. I'm just going to have to verify that number.
Well, okay. Well, the 25-26 budget it is last year's budget that I was quoting for. 25-26 budget only allows for $858 million for 25-26. Where is the provision for back pay and for the wage rise
In the budget.
in the budget? It is in the budget, you say.
Yep.
Where?
In the budget.
Where?
In the lines that you were quoting.
So, but that's a reduction.
So, Mr. Tudor, the budget, as you know, is complicated with fire and rescue for the very simple reason that the manner in which the emergency services are funded are quite different. I'm glad you will. So, incidentally, as you know, when it comes to fire and rescue's budget, as it does with RFS, as it is with the SES, what happens is that if you put the number in the budget, you then see what the costs come in as, then you have to make the decision for the purpose of the ESL, and then you make that call. And that's why there's a bit of a lag between our emergency services and the budget. I don't think that's particularly exceptional, and incidentally, it's the exact same system that you had to apply when you were in the positions that you were in as a government. So I'm not worried about that aspect of it. Equally, I'd also just point out that it's a good thing that firefighters have now had access to an independent umpire.
Thank you.
And
The
that they've had
emergency
sorry, Mr. Tudor.
No,
Sorry, Mr. Tudor. I'm finishing.
Treasurer, we
I
should
think
have come
it's
to
a
an
very
agreement that
good
you do not
thing.
make speeches.
I think it's a very good thing.
Order. Point of order has been taken. Mr. Nanver on a point of order. Mr. Nanver.
Chair, the Treasurer was being relevant to the question that was asked. It's not courteous to the witness to be spoken over the top of by Mr. Tudor-Hope, nor is it assisting with the orderly conduct of this inquiry for the purpose of Hansard.
Yes, I uphold the point of order.
You want to hear from me?
I beg your pardon?
You want to hear from me?
No. I've ruled. I'll
Just to
uphold the point of
to the
order.
point of order.
No, I've ruled. I've upheld the point of order. The Treasurer was being directly relevant, and it does not assist the conduct of the inquiry or Hansard to be interjecting over the top. Now, the Treasurer has been expansive in some of his answers, and has I would ask him not to make speeches, but in this particular point, he was definitely being relevant to the question that Mr. Tudor-Hope asked.
Thank you.
So can I just then ask you this, Treasurer? The emergency services levy went up by 2% on the 1st of August to 22% for homeowners. You accept that from me?
Yes.
And 20% for small businesses.
20%. I'm sorry, I don't know what percentages you're
Anyway,
describing
well,
in that.
How much will it need to go up by for 2027 to cover the firefighters' 14.65% wage increase?
I think that determination needs to take place after the parties agree on the final award.
Well, but just in respect of the component, which is a 14.65% increase, how much will it need to go up?
Again, I just referred to my earlier answer.
How much will average council contributions to ESL need to go up
Yeah,
in 2027?
I think it's a good question, Mr. Gio, but you're pointing out a 14% wage increase, of which is roughly 5% above, of which most
5%,
of it
yeah.
above the base, and then that accounts for especially the period of underpayment between years 21, 22, 22, 23. I recall at the time when you imposed the 0.3% wage cap on the entire public service, I pointed out to you that firefighters, amongst others...
I didn't impose...
You did. You were the Minister for Industrial Relations.
Not correct. The Industrial Commission...
No, you did.
The Industrial
No,
Commission...
you did. You put the regulation in and we disallowed it, and then you went to the
I don't
court.
think that's a point of
No, no.
order, Mr.
That's what happened.
Tudor-Hope.
We disallowed it.
And what did the court determination?
The court determined... Oh, yes. So you're right. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry to misrepresent your record.
No,
you then
it's
went
their
to the
record.
court...
It's the court's record.
No, you then went to the court as the party, and you did put in an application for a 0.3% award, and that was then contested, and then the court did find in your favour at that time. That's 100% correct. The court did accept your application for a 0.3% wage freeze. And
when businesses were
underpayment-
going broke.
And that underpayment...
And it was a situation relating to COVID. Do
And
you
that
recall
underpayment
you
is the
recall
reason
that?
why the Commission then has adjusted the wages to reflect the fact that your application to reduce their pay in real terms was
Had
succeeded.
nothing to do with the wages cap, though, did it?
And, whether
That's
or
what
not...
the court found.
Okay,
Treasurer.
well, Mr. Tudor, if you're arguing that had nothing to do with the wages cap and had everything to do with your application, I guess that's a distinction without a difference from my perspective. And
No.
I would say
But it is the
you
determination
applied,
of the court based on the evidence, Treasurer.
as the Industrial Relations Minister of the time, you took an application to the court to cap
When
firefighter
businesses were
pays
going
at
broke and
0.3.
we were having,
Order.
Look,
Order.
Mr.
having
Tudor,
massive
Mr.
amounts
Order,
of
Mr.
money going out the door.
Order.
You-
Mr. Tudor.
Do you recall that?
I do. And
Good.
Mr. Tudor, you're entitled to make the case for why you did it. And I well and truly respect the fact that you are. And you have every right
Well,
to argue in
well,
this
just-
forum and elsewhere why you put a 0.3% wage cap on the public service. And I hear you when you say that you feel as though that was necessary at the time. But the judgment of the Commission last week is just clear about what the consequences of that decision was. And the consequence of that decision is the need for a wage adjustment for firefighters, which the court has now made. I also point out that since you've been the Shadow Treasurer, you have also openly spoken in the Parliament about how you feel as though firefighters deserve good wages. I
Correct.
believe you
Correct.
when you say that. So what part of this judgment are you worried about?
I'm just
what I'm trying to
worried
get at
about the impact
is
on the budget
A year ago,
because you
were,
don't make provision for this
a
in
year
relation to
ago,
the budget,
you were,
and
you were,
it impacts on your surplus.
a year ago, you were attending firefighters' rallies in front of firefighters saying you support their wage increase. Today, you're in estimates saying it's
No, I'm
unaffordable.
asking you how you're going to afford it.
All I'm saying is that if you could hold a position for more than a week, at least it could mean the debate would be a little bit more informed.
Well, isn't it the case that the government argued against the 2% additional increase in the Industrial Relations Commission
The government
for
made
the firefighters?
the government made its case, and I got to say,
Didn't you argue against the extra 2% in the Industrial Relations
no. What
Commission?
we did in the commission was we assisted the commission in assessing
You
work value.
argued against it. If
And-
the Secretary's evidence...
I'm sorry, Mr. Tudor, I'm answering a question which you've asked me 3 times in
then go
succession.
to the judgment
Order,
of point-
order,
point
Mr.
of
Tudor
the
Hope.
provision,
Order,
Treasurer,
order, Mr. Tudor Hope.
because you argued against
Order, order, Mr. Tudor Hope will come to order. Stop badgering the Treasurer and the witness.
it.
Allow
Well,
him
he
to
should be more
answer.
accurate, quite frankly.
Well, that's
Well-
your view, the Treasurer.
I'm happy to go through.
So I will say that we're glad we abolished the wage cap. We're glad that as a result of abolishing the wage cap,
So wasn't it your
firefighters...
case that you argued against
Order,
the 2%?
a point of order has
the-
been taken. Mr. Namber
the
on a
additional
point of order.
2%?
Mr. Tudor Hope. Mr. Namber.
Chair, I've refrained from taking a series of points of order during that exchange. It was highly discourteous to the witness. I'd ask that you call Mr. Tudor Hope to order and uphold procedural fairness resolution, paragraph 19, with respect to showing courtesy to the witness.
Well, I will uphold the point of order. I won't call the honourable member to order at this point, but I have already called him. I've raised the issue of his interjections a number of times. It does not help with the conduct of the hearing, nor for Hansard, with him constantly interjecting over the top of the Treasurer after he has just asked a question. So please, let's maintain a level of civility. And Treasurer, you have the call.
Did you review
I hadn't
Miss
answered your question.
Livingston evidence
I had
before she filed it in the Commission?
Mr. Tudor Hope, the Treasurer was in the middle of answering your question.
No, he wasn't.
He was at the beginning.
No, he wasn't.
So as I was saying...
we will
He
see.
wasn't answering my question.
I'm glad we abolished the wages cap, restored an independent umpire, facilitated a process by which firefighters could get an independent umpire to assess their work value, and having had that work value now assessed, the firefighters union themselves have said this is a good outcome. And to the extent to which, Mr. Tudor Hope, you, firstly in government, capped their pay, in opposition said to them that you'd support them, but today in estimates have reversed position again.
Did you? Can you go to
simply
paragraph
points to the fact that you haven't held a
647?
consistent position.
Can you go to paragraph 647 of the judgment?
I can't.
You can't.
No.
You didn't bring it with you?
Not the whole judgment, no.
Why not?
Well, because believe it or not,
You only wanted to selectively quote parts. Is
I
that what you're
certainly
doing?
wanted to point out some parts of what the Commission said, and this is one thing I'm very eager to point out.
Paragraph 640, well, I accept that, and I think I just said to you that for every one you can quote, I can quote two back. So 647 paragraph says this: there were a small number of amendments to the Secretary's application about which the Secretary made no submissions. The Secretary nevertheless stated in closing submissions that its entire application was pressed. That required us to seek to identify what evidence, if any, in 9,271 pages in the court book went to these matters. The whole of the Secretary's submission was pressed, which is in fact that only a 3% wage increase ought to be given. Do you accept that that was what your government's position was?
No. And Mr. Tudor-Hope,
what was the government's position?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, the government's offer was clear, but equally, you're quoting from a judgment that's come from a court that you opposed.
But the Industrial Commission existed.
It has some bearing on these matters. When we introduced the legislation to give the court the power to make that judgment, you voted against it. Right now, you're saying you would take that power off that commission.
Did you?
You're quoting a judgment from a court that you don't recognise its right to rule.
Treasurer, do not say this because you are making assertions here which are just not true.
Well, sorry. So what exactly is your policy on the wage cap?
Did you review Miss Livingston's evidence before she gave evidence to the commission? Did you review it? Did you review it?
Order.
When it comes to the evidence that was given by Miss Livingston, who is the Deputy Secretary, who's under oath, my expectations of Miss Livingston is that she gives accurate evidence and full frank evidence, and she herself assisted in the deliberations by making herself available, I believe, for cross-examination. As for the precise nature of her evidence, did I review it? The short answer is, of course I did not. It's her evidence. And it's her right to give it, and she's done so under the leadership of the Secretary. I would simply point out that the fact that Miss Livingston was giving evidence shows how this government has been providing the Commission with with assistance in their determination, which is what should happen in a mature industrial relations system.
Her submission is on behalf of the government, is it not?
Her evidence is her evidence.
But it is on behalf. She's a government witness.
Can you let me finish, Mr. Tudor?
Is she a government witness?
So, Mr. Tudor, as I said,
you're thinking about that answer or not?
Point of order.
A point of order has been taken. Mr. Namber on a point of order.
It just seems as though every time the Treasurer is about to respond, Mr. Tudor-Hope just feels the need to interject.
Give a responsive
I respect Mr. Tudor-Hope's passion on this point, but that should not be a cloak to abandon a respectful and civil hearing. So I just ask that you uphold the procedural fairness resolution, Chair.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. I too appreciate the energy of Mr. Tudor-Hope, but it's not assisting the inquiry by constantly interjecting and firing questions at the Treasurer before he's had an opportunity to fully respond. So please, let's treat the witness with civility and decorum. The Treasurer, you're in the middle of an answer.
I just referred to my earlier answer, Mr.
Good,
Chair.
thank you. Well, part of her evidence was this, and if it's paragraph 48 of the judgment, I don't know if you've got that. Have you got that paragraph in front of you? I'm sorry, is that not one of the paragraphs you have in front of you?
No, I have paragraphs.
That is interesting. That is interesting because at paragraph 48, which you don't have, she says this, that in order for the government to maintain existing services, absent any substantial revenue lift, any unbudgeted increase in expenditure, including any additional wage-related expenses, would require additional borrowing, which would in turn increase gross debt and interest expenses. That was her evidence.
Yes.
Do you accept that?
I accept that was her evidence.
Good, thank you. What services will be reduced?
I'm not
Treasurer?
expecting any, because if you read the rest of the
Well,
judgment...
the fact of the matter is, isn't it, that fire trails will probably not be maintained? Is that
no.
potentially the case?
Please, Mr. Tudor.
As a result of...
The fire and rescue budget...
in terms of services which are available?
No, that's incorrect.
Forestry did that.
And can I just point out...
Who does
The
it?
clearing is done by fire and rescue.
The fire and rescue budget is stable. And to the extent to which you're trying to point out whether or not the services are going to have to be cut, I would just simply say that the fire and rescue budget is consistent, stable, predictable, not changing.
Well, thank you.
I haven't finished, Mr. Tudor. You made quite a claim there. You
Well, that's one of the services
Mr.
that are
Tudor,
provided.
Sorry, let me just finish. You've just said that you think that the government is going to need to reduce maintenance and fire prevention to fund a wage
Rule it
increase. I am.
Good, thank you.
And but I'm sorry, I'm replying.
Well, no, you've ruled it out.
No, Mr. Tudor. You need to be
Miss
very...
Livingston's,
Mr. Tudor,
Miss Livingston's
Order.
evidence.
Mr. Tudor, I'm going to make this point, which is a fair rendering of the judgment makes very clear that is the scenario that you just identified is not going to happen. And I think that Mr. Tudor, as you continue to campaign to restore a wages cap, which you're entitled to do, as you're...
Point of order, I have never campaigned for that.
Well, no, you took that policy to the last election. You argued very strongly for
On
it.
the point of order,
Like,
that
that
is-
was your policy.
Sorry,
I have
on the
never
point of, that's not a
campaigned for
point of order. That is a debating
A
point.
return to the wages
Order,
cap was your
order,
evidence.
order,
I have not
order.
campaigned for that.
Mr. Tudor,
And as you continue to
Please
justify the
conclude
previous...
your answer,
Well,
or actually,
point of
can you
order.
please?
Point of order, Chair. The witness is not entitled to give evidence which is just plain wrong, and deliberately so.
Well, I think, in actual fact, I think the witness
can.
can give evidence that is
Would
wrong
you?
if he wants. I'd advise
Well,
him not
he
to.
can tell lies because that's what he's doing.
Well, he
Order,
can do that too. but
order,
He might get caught.
order. I don't uphold the point of order.
Well, he does have
Please
an oath.
allow the treasurer to
Because
start
that's
his
not
answer.
true, Treasurer, and you know.
If
it.
you,
But Mr. Tudor, as you continue to justify the previous government's wages cap and campaign for its return,
That's
you-
Order.
That is not true.
you
Order.
should... I'd
It's not
encourage
true.
you to ground your arguments in fact. And the fact that you
Where
just
have I
pointed out...
campaigned for that, Treasurer?
you are currently as we speak.
that's just not true.
This entire 20 minutes of questioning is in pursuit of your campaign for a
No,
wages cap.
it is questioning.
Well, then why don't you
just-
questioning
then
how
just
you
rule
in
out.
fact are paying for
Then
this.
just rule out restoring a wages cap and put this to an end.
Yeah, well, I
So you're ruling out the return of a wages
order,
cap.
all right.
So what exactly
all right,
is your
I've
wages
heard enough.
policy?
Order, treasurer. You come to order. Well, now
We'll
I
have
think
a-
that
we'll have
that
a different approach.
we'll conclude that section of the hearing and those questions.
Guided
We'll
by
now
these
turn to questions
judgments,
from
by
Mr.
the way,
Borzak.
which are very
Mr.
helpful.
Borzak, you have the call.
Good wages policy. We'll have a sensible wages policy.
Mr. Borzak,
Thank you, Chair. Treasurer,
please ask a question.
are you supportive of an increase of the GST rate from 10%?
Two.
No, that's up to you. Got to tell
No.
me. You're not supportive.
I'm not.
And you don't support that as a proposal from the federal government in trying to claw back and increase their tax revenue based on their
The federal
excessive
government's not
spending habits?
The federal government's not proposing an increase in GST, and nor are the states.
Okay. Well, that's answered straight up and down. Obviously, you argue, as every treasurer does, for a better share of the GST. I think it's done every 3 years, is it? Or
No, it's done every 12 months.
every 12 months? Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry I got it wrong.
Yes, I am arguing strongly that the current system to distribute GST between the states is broken. It's broken.
Can you explain to me how New South Wales would fix it to our advantage?
I'm arguing for a per capita distribution of the GST. That is, revenue collected in the states should be returned in proportion to that contributed from the states. And that is a system which would see certainly New South Wales get a better deal, but my argument is also to the benefit of the Federation as a whole. The reason why is because it's much more simple, it's much more practical, it's much more explicable, of course. Now, in making that argument, I also recognise the need for the big states to support the smaller states and territories. And the argument that the associated position that I am arguing for would see the money that the Commonwealth currently provides as part of the no GST worse off agreement, in essence, be redistributed to the smaller states. Another way of putting it is that in 2018, when Scott Morrison changed the rules for distributing the GST, he crossed the Rubicon of using the Commonwealth's Consolidated Fund to supplement the GST pool. In the 25 years since the GST was introduced, that was the first time that happened. First time a federal government said, we're going to take revenue from our Consolidated Fund and put that into the GST pool. It would be better to use that additional supplement from the Commonwealth to support the smaller states than it would be to ensure that the bigger states are not worse off as a result of the 2018 change. That's my principled view. We're going to argue that case to the Productivity Commission next year and beyond. My expectation is that argument is not going to be endorsed in the short term, but we're going to continue to argue for it. Pleasingly, we have seen states like West Australia say that they would support a system like that. And West Australia has said that that would allow them to go forward and revise, well, I'm not going to speak for them, but they certainly would support a per capita distribution of the GST. But this makes a big deal for New South Wales. New South Wales now only receives 86 cents in the dollar when it comes to the GST. When I was Treasurer, first became Treasurer, which was only 2 and a bit years ago, we were receiving 92 cents in the dollar. And at that time, Victoria was receiving 96 in the dollar or 95 in the dollar. Today, Victoria gets $1.07 for every dollar collected in GST from that state. Yeah. We're at 85. The difference between us and Victoria is now 22 cents. That's not sustainable. The only two states that notionally...
Just to stop you there,
yep.
Where, how much is WA currently getting?
WA is currently getting 78 cents in the dollar, I believe, but they're about to go to 80.
I thought it was 75, but I'll double check.
Yeah, I think it was 75. It's 75 or 78. I thought it was 75 last year. But I'm very positive it might be 78 this year. But they're due to get close to, I think from next year, the minimum of what we get.
Yes.
And so they're going to go up again. In the absence of the 2018 change, WA would probably be getting 12 cents in the dollar. And
12 cents?
Yes. And WA has argued that that's because of the way in which iron ore royalties are treated for the purposes of calculating GST distribution. But from my perspective, that applies equally to New South Wales and Queensland when it comes to coal, and incidentally South Australia when it comes a little bit to gas. That is royalties. And my point is that New South Wales is carrying the Federation when it comes to GST distribution. We're more than happy to do our share as the biggest state, as the premier state, to support the smaller states. And we agree that an Australian in the Northern Territory should have access to the same level of services as an Australian in Newcastle. But the way in which the existing system works is fundamentally broken. And so I'm looking forward to making that case to the Productivity Commission next year as they review the scheme. But I do think this is an area in which the New South Wales Parliament has to be united on, and I want to thank all parties who have, and the opposition on this. We supported it. It's good that we have bipartisanship on this.
Well, Treasurer, you said at the outset you don't support an increase in rate from 10%. That's great. Are you thinking about or supportive of a situation where the rules around what GST gets charged on are simplified and streamlined, which would be effectively an increase in taxes?
I think you're referring to applying the GST on a broader base.
Yes.
I'm not supportive of that because the base that you'd have to apply it to is food.
That's right.
It's food.
Basically,
it's fresh food, to be clear. And lower income households spend a disproportionate amount of their budgets on fresh food. And incidentally, also, the other part of the base that's excluded is healthcare. Some people would argue that some parts of the education spending should be included. But my argument is no, I don't think that is a sensible way forward, because I do believe the distributional impacts of that will disproportionately make our tax system less progressive.
Can we talk about payroll tax for a few minutes?
Let's.
This is one of the worst taxes ever invented for small business and large business and all of us who pay it. The threshold is 1.2 million at the moment. How long is it going to stay at that level?
Well, the government did not change the threshold in this budget, and the threshold was adopted, I believe. The current threshold, I believe, was adopted in one of Mr. Perrottet's budgets.
Mr. Perrottet, and he also indexed it, I think, at the time.
Four times we did.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Borsett?
No, he indexed it also at the time.
He didn't. No, quite the
No,
opposite.
it was
Mr.
four occasions.
Oh, okay. Beg your
Mike
pardon.
Baird
Yeah,
removed indexation of payroll
I was
tax
prepared
in
to give him the
2013,
benefit of the
2014. And he said at the time, Treasurer Baird said this, in the longer term, the removal of indexation will broaden the base of payroll tax and make it more efficient.
Yeah, but we then.
So what does that mean? What broaden the base? What does that mean?
Uh,
I think it almost captures.
You'll have to ask
everybody's-
Treasurer Mike Baird.
Well, he's no longer the treasurer. My question is, if you were to consider that, how would you broaden it? Or are you simply saying you will not broaden it?
Well, the government's not considering currently broadening the base of payroll tax. That is, we're not. We're not suggesting that we should broaden it. When it comes to, but that was the point that Mr. Baird made. It's not my point.
No, that's right. But I'm asking you. You're not considering it.
No, we're not. In fact, in last year's budget, we came to a really sensible position when it came to the application of payroll tax for GPs. In fact, we did the opposite of broaden the base. What we did make clear is we tested the proposition that GPs were making pretty closely and pretty strictly, which was they provide healthcare services. They are at a time where they're recovering from a freeze in bulk billing rates. They do want to provide more bulk billing, and their concern was that some of their businesses were being ensnared in some of the contractor provisions.
Yeah, no, I remember the debate.
And so we were really pleased that we rolled out the bulk billing payroll incentive. The finance minister, I'm sure, when she appears, will be in a position to give you more information about how well that program is going. So we did make that initiative, and we really think it's made a good difference in preserving
Can I
bulk billing.
I think the current rate is about 5.45% at the moment.
It is, yes. There's a progressive rate on payroll tax, but yes.
Yeah,
that
but
is
are
what
you
most-
contemplating increasing it at all?
At this point, no, I'm not contemplating increasing it at this point.
You're not. All right.
No, but I would just say this: payroll tax it's a really good point you're making about Mr. Borsak about where payroll tax is up to. There's two parts about it. There's the rate and the base. There's no changes being proposed in respect to the base as a matter of policy, but certainly from a perspective of enforcement, it is something that we need to look at. As we see the emergence of the gig economy, we are seeing employee-like arrangements being organised through digital platforms that are otherwise not having to pay payroll tax.
Well, for example, that's my next step, and I've run out of time. But
That's Uber.
What are you doing about Uber?
Well, for example, we are committed to, as we said we would, having a look at this when we're in opposition. And I've got to say, I'm not going to provide a running commentary to some matters that are before the courts right now. But 2 weeks ago, the full bench of the Court of Appeal did decide an important case around the application of payroll taxes to the gig economy. They reversed a decision that was made by a judge at first instance that will see Uber have to pay taxes for a period of time from, I believe, 2015 to 2020 from memory. And I think that is a good example of what the government's doing to protect the integrity of the payroll tax base. But the reason why I say that's important is, apart from the fact that if you are employing people in employee-like arrangements, you should be making a contribution according to our payroll tax laws. The second aspect is that if you're not, the people who are otherwise at a commercial disadvantage are people who are not in the gig economy. And a big argument that this Parliament has taken up in many forms over the last few years is that it's unfair to a person who's employing taxi drivers as employees that you have to pay payroll tax, but a person who's employing them through a gig platform is not. Whilst it's fair to say that very few taxi drivers are employed as employees, and they're under contracts of bailment more typically than not, the point still stands. if some businesses get an advantage by organising their arrangements in one legal manner and others don't, that does create a disadvantage for those businesses. And I think that, ironically, the people who have been championing the most to ensure consistent application of payroll taxes between the gig economy and the non-gig economy are those who are in the non-gig economy who are businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Ms Boyd, you have
Thank
10
you.
minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Treasurer.
Good morning, Ms Boyd. Again, sorry with the microphone.
Sorry. Is that better?
That is.
Excellent. I wanted to talk to you about this week's shocking announcement about NDIS
Sure.
further cuts, which has left people with disability feeling, again, like a political football and a scapegoat. Yesterday, Health Minister Ryan Park told us that your government would not be picking up the bill for the Commonwealth's new program, this Thriving Kids program. But on the same day, the Premier was quoted as saying, New South Wales, of course, will do its bit. What is New South Wales's position when it comes to that Thriving Kids program?
Ms Boyd, it's a very good question. The short answer is we want to see a lot more detail of what the Commonwealth is asking us to do, and in large part because caring for those with a disability is a Commonwealth responsibility, and for good reason. So we want to see a bit more.
Can I ask you why you think that?
Because that's why is it a Commonwealth? Oh, sorry, you're right to say it's not an exclusive Commonwealth responsibility.
No.
Yeah, I take your point. It's not an exclusive Commonwealth responsibility, but it certainly has been since the establishment of the NDIS, the Commonwealth's the prime responsibility of the Commonwealth.
86% of Australians with disability are not on the NDIS and don't have NDIS
Yes.
plans.
Sure.
The NDIS review was very clear that it felt that after the NDIS was established, the states and territories had assumed that the Commonwealth would take more responsibility than, in fact, the NDIS the NDIS was set up to achieve. And as a result, the states and territories had pulled back on their spending and their efforts to create more inclusive and accessible state programs and state infrastructure, particularly within schools and in other areas. And so part of the reason for the NDIS review and the recommendations was to try and get states and territories to take back their fair share of responsibility for people with disability. You are quoted after this week's roundtable as saying that you believe that spending on the NDIS should be brought down. Do you accept, though, that means that from a state perspective, the state government is going to have to start doing more for people with disability?
Do you mind, Ms Boyd, if I just take that question in parts? The first part of your question, and I can't speak to the history that's associated with that about what the state's intentions were at the time. The second dimension of your question about the chain of events, I well and truly respect that there's a lot of disability advocates who share that view that you put through that question. The third aspect is, yes, I do expect the states will be doing more contributions when it comes to ensuring that people with a disability are supported. And that is both through the contributions that we do make to the NDIS, which I just point out we do contribute to, and we are intending and we are increasing our contribution to the NDIS, as is in line with the agreements that were established at the NDIS at the time. And yes, I do accept your point that states are going to need to spend more, particularly when it comes to schools as well. And we are assuming that is going to be a prime contribution we will make. What we are arguing for is for the Commonwealth to recognise that contribution, and also for us to specify and to get to national consistency about what that contribution actually is. And whilst you're quite right to say, you are very right to say that most people with a disability are not supported by the NDIS, I think that the debate is about those people who are currently supported by the NDIS who might not after the federal government changes eligibility standards, and whether or not states can step in to provide what's characterised as foundational supports.
So there's a couple of things going on here. So there was already a lot of confusion about the foundational supports.
Yes.
And there seems to have been pushback from the states and territories on the rollout. And we heard from the Disability Minister earlier this week in estimates that they would not be accepting cuts to NDIS until those foundational supports had been agreed. Again, are you supporting Minister Park's comments yesterday that New South Wales won't be putting in money for this new Thriving Kids program?
Well, look, Miss Boyd, if you don't mind, do you mind if I take... I will give you a response, but I have to take a bit of that on notice because I didn't see Minister Park's evidence. I was in the roundtable yesterday. But insofar as I don't know if I understand the full context, but I understand that in the conversations that I've been having with Minister Park about this, to be fair to Minister Park, I think the point he's making is about the other side of all this, which is the health agreement. And we obviously will, what I do say, support very strongly with the point that Minister Park has made that I've also made, is that there is an interaction between the health agreement and the disability agreements. And so for us to take a position on our contribution to the Thriving Kids program, we need to know what's being offered on the health side.
So he was very clear. He said that his government would not be picking up the bill for the Commonwealth's new program.
So again, I think that I'm not going to pass Minister Park's language, but I will simply make the point that we need to see the Commonwealth's health offer in order for us to determine our position on what we can contribute to the Thriving Kids position.
Did the Thriving Kids announcement take you by surprise? Were you consulted?
Personally, I was not consulted.
Were any of the states and territories consulted?
To the best of... Look, I don't know is the answer to that, Miss Boyd. As the Federal Disability Minister has made clear, this has been the subject of some conversation with disability ministers. But to be fair, the broad answer to your question is no. The states... First, the proper description of what's now termed Thriving Kids was announced on Wednesday.
Yeah. Does it strike you as unusual that wasn't raised with the states and territories before it was announced, given that it requires substantial funding?
I'm not going to... I mean, I wouldn't... it's not for me to characterise that, other than to say that... we obviously are looking forward to the Commonwealth providing us with more detail about their intentions for foundational supports through the Thriving Kids program and the associated health offer, which, to be fair, the federal government has made clear to us and has consulted us on. And in the meeting that we've had at a Treasurer's level, in which this was raised, which was about 10 days ago, we did say at that point that we want to, as Treasurers, talk more about the health offer and the foundational support NDIS position, which we're looking forward to discussing at our next meeting.
Can I ask you quickly about the EV tax?
Sure.
So I understand that this was agreed, that there was going to be some sort of federal leadership on this, and I appreciate that there had been some legal problems with the states and territories raising this amount themselves. But as part of those negotiations, was it agreed that the states and territories would receive some of that EV
It hasn't reached
tax?
that stage. It has
So
not reached that
where
stage.
is it up to? What has
It's
been
reached the
agreed?
stage where the outcome of the roundtable discussion on the application of a potential road user charge is something which, as conceptually, drew strong support from all participants in the roundtable, with the work to be now remitted to the Council of Federal Financial Relations to develop an options paper. And when I say remitted to the CFFR, that options paper is being developed by Victoria and South Australia. And so we will participate in that process. And also, though, I should just say, perhaps on a little bit of indulgence, Ms. Boyd, is that I also made the point at the roundtable that New South Wales has got a legislated application of a road user charge to light vehicles that is due to commence in 2027, or when the new sales of the fleet reach 30%, whichever is earlier.
Which will probably be July 2027 at current schedule. So is your intention then that unless the federal government introduces something that is acceptable to New South Wales, you will go ahead with that 2027 implementation of the road user charge?
We have said we are not repealing the road user charge that's been legislated by the previous parliament and the previous government.
Given that you're not going to repeal that legislation, the review of that legislation from 2021 was supposed to have an inquiry in 2023. That was delayed on the basis that we probably wouldn't end up with this legislation. Yes. Will we now be having a review into that legislation?
It's a very good question, Ms Boyd, and you're quite right to say maybe this is something we should talk about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. In the absence of government questions, a disappointing absence of government questions, we will now have a break for half an hour and reconvene at 11:15 a.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We are all back.
Do you mind if I just, before we go into opposition time, and feel free to take this from government time, just provide some additional follow-up, just 2 facts from this morning?
Let's have some facts.
I was asked about the relative GST share of West Australia. Turns out the Secretary was right. It's 75 cents, not 78. So kudos to the Secretary. Well, we can further report some our expectations as to what the numbers are likely to be, which I might ask the Secretary to do.
So from 26-27, West Australia moves to the lower of the relativity of New South Wales or Victoria. In other words, whichever of those 2 states has the smallest relative share of the GST pool, that will be us. And so West Australia will go from 75 cents to 84 cents.
Oh, okay. So
And our estimate is if they did not have this sweetheart deal in place, their share of the GST would be 18 cents.
Which they obviously object to.
And that sweetheart deal you're talking about is the topping up coming from the
Yes,
general
from
fund.
2018, exactly. Yeah.
And why was that done?
Oh, well,
There you go,
we'll get to that, Mr. Borzak. Thank you very much for that update. We'll now return to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Treasurer. Does your infrastructure budget include funding of $193 million to develop Wallara train station?
The infrastructure funding certainly is at a high level, and in fact it's at record levels, and it is there to support
Fairly specific question. Does it include funding of $193 million for Wallara station?
So the infrastructure program, I will say, reflects government policy. And government policy is, of course, to make sure that we are building infrastructure, particularly when it comes to supporting housing.
Again, I ask you, does it include Wallara station?
So, again, I'll answer by going, Mr. Trudeau, that when it comes...
Have you approved $193 million funding for Wallara station?
Can I, if you don't mind, I might just answer the first question before you ask me the second. And the answer to the first question is this, is that we will always look to build more homes closer to public transport.
So is that a yes? You have approved $193 million.
Yeah, I don't have any...
Fairly specific figure. One I'm sure you have in your mind. $193 million. Have you approved that for the redevelopment of Wallara station?
Yeah, I'm not... I don't have any policy announcement to make to you today, Mr. Trudeau.
Tomorrow? You're going to make it tomorrow?
I don't have any policy...
Maybe Sunday? Is it going to be made on Sunday?
I don't have any policy announcements to make to you.
Is it near David
today,
Shoebridge's place?
So...
I do not know that former or current senator. Sorry.
Well, let me just ask you this: in relation to the consideration of the development of Wallara station, is it going to require the closure of the T4 line?
Again, I don't have any policy announcement to make in respect to the Wallara station. I can simply say that the need to build housing in New South Wales is strong. And when it comes to building housing in New South Wales, the reason why...
Will you rule out?
I'm sorry, I'm just answering the question. No, I won't be making any decision.
Would you be announcing it this weekend?
I can...
Point of order has been taken.
The Treasurer can more than capably answer this, I've no doubt. But,
Well, but he should answer the question.
But Mr. Tudor-Hope has now repeatedly asked the same question a number of times. We're getting to the point of badgering the witness. I just ask that the courtesy resolution be upheld.
This is an answer which is not responsive to the question. It was a very specific question in relation to Wallara station.
Yes, I don't uphold the point of order. I think I think the Treasurer's answer is somewhat non-responsive, and so I do think the Honourable David Tudor-Hope is at liberty to pursue the matter through his line of questioning. So I don't uphold the point of order.
Have you approved $193 million for expenditure on the development of Wallara station?
Yeah, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I would just refer you to my earlier answer, which, given that you've asked me that question 4 or 5 times, I'll leave it to you to choose which of the early answers you wish to refer to.
So is the answer yes or no?
So the answer is that we budget to fund infrastructure. And I will say that when it comes to their proposition of building a train station in Woollahra, that obviously is a matter of public debate. And that's a matter of public conjecture, and it's a matter of public speculation, and it's a matter of public canvassing.
But you must know, you're on oath here, about this is a yes or no answer. Have you approved it?
And I will simply say, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that the government is always looking for every available opportunity to build more homes.
Is that an answer?
I believe it is, but I'll simply say, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that when it comes to that proposition and other propositions, the reasons why, from a government perspective, we think it's a good thing that New South Wales and Sydney are having this debate about where should we put the homes and what type of infrastructure should be there to support it.
Are you going to
whether
impose
it's in
a-
Woollahra or whether it's
It's a good
elsewhere
thing
in the
the Liberal
city
Party have built a
or the
base.
state, the fundamental truth is this: New South Wales needs to build more homes. New South Wales has not built enough homes.
We're going
New
to agree
South
with that,
Wales
but can
should
I
be
just-
building
Order.
homes
Can I
close
just-
to public transport.
Order.
This was a very specific question.
It was.
We've agreed with this proposition on a number of occasions, but this is very specific that I'm putting to the Treasurer. It's a very specific question. You must know the answer to that question. You are here on oath, and I have asked you a question whether you have approved $193 million to be spent on Woollahra Station.
Yeah, again,
No, this is, have you or have you not?
So again, as I've said, I obviously am eager, as is the government, to build more homes in New South Wales, close to public transport. As I've said, that there is obviously a lot of public speculation and conjecture about the locations of those homes. And equally, I should just point out, I am aware that the member for Cluse has, for example...
Well, I didn't ask you about the member for Vaucluse.
Order.
Treasurer. I didn't ask the Treasurer about
Yeah,
the
but
member.
the Treasurer is being relevant to the question you've asked.
The question, well, let me repeat the question. Have you or have you not approved $193 million for the development of Woollahra Station? That's very specific. It's
I've heard the question, and we've all heard it 7 or
Yeah,
8
look-
times, and the Treasurer is answering and being relevant.
So as I was saying, the member for Vaucluse, amongst others, has participated constructively in that debate.
Good, thank you.
And
can I just
sorry,
ask you about...
I haven't finished, Mr.
Point of order's been
What about-
taken. Mr. Nanver, on a point of order.
Can the Treasurer please be permitted to answer the question in a way that would abide by the procedural fairness resolution to afford courtesy to the witness?
Yeah, I hold the point of order. The Treasurer is being relevant to the question that was
Well,
asked.
you-
So please allow the
Tell me
Treasurer.
how he's been relevant.
Treasurer, you have the call.
As I was saying, I think whether it's in Woollahra or elsewhere in Sydney and New South Wales, I think it's right and appropriate that the government does always look for
Thank
any
you.
opportunity to avail available.
And you've
new
told
homes.
us that a number of occasions. Can I ask you this? In relation to funding for Woollahra Station, which you're about to announce, is it true that you're going to impose a $15,000 additional transport-related tax in respect of the contributions for the development of that station?
Yeah, again, on that proposition, I haven't got any policy announcement to make today.
When? Do you make it tomorrow
And
or Sunday?
I'd refer you
Order.
to the earlier answers on those two particular follow-up questions of yours, Mr. Tudor-Hope, but if you actually allow me to say more than one sentence. But when it comes to the general proposition that those who benefit from infrastructure investment then can contribute to enable more infrastructure investment, that's not a controversial proposition. And I would say that, in fact, I've seen Liberal members say that in the absence of such arrangements that all we're doing is handing more profits to developers.
Why won't you give me a direct answer?
I am, if you
Now,
listen to
give
it.
me a direct answer to the question. Give me a direct answer to the question about whether you are going to announce this weekend a development of Woollahra Station.
So, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you've just changed the question.
Well, have you allocated $193 million? Give me a direct answer.
So, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm very reluctant to simply do this, but
I know you are.
if you given that I've answered that particular question now, from my count, at least 10 times,
No, because you haven't given me a direct answer.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Point of order's been taken. Mr Nanva, on a point of order. Mr Nanva.
Oh, it goes to courtesy, but the Treasurer's provided his answer. It's fine.
So
That's not quite
the
clear,
answer
but
now.
anyway, I won't uphold the point of order.
Thank you.
Uphold.
So the answer now is. So the answer now is that to the question about whether you have approved $193 million for the development of Wallara Station, you have taken it on notice.
Yes.
Is that misleading the committee?
No.
Because you do know the answer to that question,
Well,
don't you?
firstly, Mr. Tudor, without wanting to do to step in the role of the chair or for other members of the committee, but because I am a member of the upper house, I can. You know as well as I do that witnesses are entitled to take whatever they want on notice. And so I'm just availing
can't
myself of that
mislead.
right. The second point is that to the extent to which that creates disappointment, can I refer you to the answers that I gave the first 10 times you asked me the question?
No. Because in one sense, the answers you've given are misleading because it was a direct question.
If you wish to characterise my answers, Mr. Tudor, I wouldn't describe them as
just let me
misleading.
finish. Just let me finish.
No, I describe
Just
them
let
as
me finish.
inconvenient to you. What
Just
I would
let me
simply
finish.
say
It is
that-
misleading if you know the answer. You know the answer to the question.
He might not know
And
the answer. He might be
He
dumb.
does know the answer to the question. He sits here today knowing the answer to the question, and
Order.
misleads the committee.
Order.
Point of order.
Order. Yeah, no, I don't need a point of order. Look, I'm guided by the standing orders that we adopt in the House, which are a guidance here, and we're not to make imputations against others in the House, and I'm guided by that. This is clearly an imputation against the Treasurer, and it's not a question at all. It's just a characterisation, and that I don't think is helping the hearing to be much more beneficial, Mr. Tudor, if you would ask a question rather than reflect upon the witness.
Well, tell us. Not controversial. It's not controversial. Tell us.
Point of order.
Are you going to develop Wallara Station?
A point of order has been taken. Mr. Nanva on the point of order.
Under paragraph 11 of the procedural fairness resolution, a witness is entitled to take a question or notice. That is exactly what he's done.
Yes, that is true. So I don't think I need to uphold the point of order. It's just note that Mr. Tudor is entitled to keep asking the
correct.
question and get the same answer. If he wants to waste his time
t-
doing so,
Tell us.
I don't know precisely, Mr. Tudor. I can't keep
I'm sure there are other people
I'm
outside this
struggling-
room who are interested in your answer right now, Treasurer. So what the answer which you're giving right now, there are a lot of people interested in that answer right now.
Mr. Tudor, I'm struggling to...
order. That's not actually a question. That's just an observation.
Wishful thinking.
And so there's not actually a question there,
But Mr. Tudor,
and probably wishful
I
thinking.
will
We
say
will
this.
see.
So
You're
far, we've got
quite right.
one.
You're quite right
on
about
the
this.
video.
There are lots of people who are very interested in how we're building more homes,
They're
And-
very interested in whether you're going to develop Wallara Station.
including at Wallara.
Correct.
And I accept
So
that.
answer.
And so I would say, again, Mr. Tudor, if you just let me answer the question, just let me do it.
That answer the question which I have put to you. Are you going to build Wallara Station?
We
and
are.
you've already allocated $193 million for that purpose. Have you not, Treasurer?
Mr. Tudor,
Have you or have you not?
I certainly am telling you, if you just let me, that we are
Yes.
absolutely
Yes.
determined to
Okay,
build
we'll
more
take that as a
housing
yes.
as
We'll take that as
well.
a yes.
And we are not going to play whack-a-mole in some of the suggestions that are coming forward.
Well, we'll take that as a
And
yes.
can I just say as well,
Will it open
in
by
large
2029?
part because it's allowed for there to be a good debate about where we put more homes. I've seen people like your friend David Elliott make really constructive suggestions coming forward about, and my friend too, I should say, about where we could put some homes. And that was, he suggested we put some in Long Bay, a jail, which, to be fair, is currently housing some people. And
Too many.
other, I accept from Mrs. Higgins' perspective, too many. But equally, there are other suggestions that have come forward about Wallara. There are other suggestions that have come forward about where we can do some more in Newcastle and where we can do some more in the Illawarra and we can do some more on the South Coast. This is a good debate. It's a
not
good
a debate
debate
anymore, though,
for
is it?
us
It's not a debate
to
anymore because, in
be
fact,
having.
you've made a decision.
And when it comes to a proposition about whether it's in Wallara or elsewhere,
It's not a
what
debate
is clear
anymore.
is that the government is looking to build more homes for a state that sorely needs them.
Good. And we agree
And
with
we're
you.
looking
we agree
forward
with you on
because
that.
apparently your leader has gone from being a NIMBY to an Adimby
Yeah, well,
to a Yimby.
Can I just move on now?
And
Treasurer?
next week, who knows?
We've got your
what
agreement.
position he'll
Order.
have.
Everyone now knows you're going to do
order,
I just
order,
think with your
order,
new
order,
Yimby-
Treasurer.
Is he giving us
Order.
now.
But
It's
given that-
devolving into a farce. Can we please have a question rather than you
Can I
just
take you to the
spraying
special
at each other?
appropriations?
But given that he's a
Act
Yimby
of
now, given that, sorry, I didn't
Oh,
answer. Given that he was a Yimby, he's
That's
now a
not
Yimby.
responsive to my question.
Mark Speakman is saying that he's New South
Can I-
Wales' leading Yimby. Why then is his shadow treasurer
you gonna
suggesting that
win-
there's a mistake in building more public housing
Order.
and private housing and
Well,
other
thanks,
housing?
thank you again for your
I don't
speech.
know.
Answer the
Order,
question.
order, Treasurer.
Answer the
Please
question,
stop.
Treasurer.
Yeah, but I'm saying...
Order. I call the Treasurer to order for the first time.
Thank
I didn't know you-
Mr. Tudor-Hope, please
Thank
ask
you.
a question.
Thank you.
And Treasurer, please be quiet.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
I'm not sure witnesses can be called.
Treasurer, can I take you to the Special Appropriations Act 2024?
Yes.
In section 22 of that act, the sum of $177,899 is appropriated to the Treasurer for expenditure related to the government's conditional offer of an additional 0.5% to salary and salary-related allowances for eligible workers. This, I'm just quoting from
Which appropriation, sorry?
Appropriations Act 2024, section 22. Special.
Last year's appropriation act?
Yeah.
I haven't got last year's appropriation act.
Okay, well, I'll read the relevant provision to you. The sum of $322,700 is appropriated to the Treasurer for the following that are not otherwise covered by an appropriation under this Act, as is the normal language used, for the appropriation year. And then A, state contingencies, B, expenditure related to the government's election commitments, and C, essential services. You are given two special appropriations, the $177 million and the $322 million to cover the government's conditional offer of an additional 5%. How much of that did you actually end up spending?
To the best
How many employees, for example, got the 0.5%?
Let me take that on notice for you. It's a good question. As you would be aware, you're asking about the 2425 budget year, and I appreciate you reading it out to me, and my office is trying to locate the Act right now as well, so thank you. The second aspect is obviously the audit of the 2425 year is underway.
Yep.
And in large part, the answer to your question will come from that audit. And that's standard. So I'm happy to take it on notice to see what information we can provide to you in the interim.
Well, the second special appropriation was the $322.7 million. Is all the spending and you might have just answered this question, but is all the spending that, as is reported in Table D3 on page D4 of budget paper number 1?
So this year's budget.
This year's budget.
So can you give me the page reference again?
Yeah, D4 on budget paper number 1.
T4.
If you go to the bottom of the page,
Yeah, I know.
special appropriation,
D4.
and you'll see there that there's a,
D3, D4. Which part of the page of D4?
down the bottom, Treasurer.
Yep.
And it
Yep.
shows a special appropriation adjustment through delegation, 34 million. Is that the only appropriation which was made out of the 322 million?
I don't think you. This just showing a. I might invite the Treasury to ensure that I'm reading this correctly, but the way I'm reading this is that that's reporting that we reduced it by 34 million. That's why it's in brackets.
Yeah, not sure.
So, as in the way in
So
which.
is the only way we're going to find out how you spent the 322 million?
Oh no, I see. So no. So what you're reading, sorry, on the full page, right? So what you're seeing on table D3
Yeah.
is the appropriations
from the Treasurer, appropriated to the Treasurer by the Parliament in last year's budget, that was then either used by department. And so if you read on table D3, you'll see the Attorney General says 20 million. And so there was 20 million of the special appropriation applied for the purposes of the Attorney General, or otherwise allocated to their appropriation, as there was to the department, to the Deputy Premier was 3.6, and 3 for the Minister
So
for
all
Customer
those came
Service.
out of the
Yes.
322 million. If I total
Yes.
all those, they came out of the 322
And
million.
then, so what? It's balancing. So
Yeah.
if you total the 20 plus the 3 plus the 3 plus
no, I
the
get
4
that.
plus the 3, and then you take the 34, that should net to 0, which it does at the bottom. So that is, the money came from the Treasurer's appropriation but was spent there.
Yeah. So where was the balance spent?
It wasn't,
Not
to the best of
spent.
my knowledge, yeah. Because the appropriation wasn't used. Bear in mind, appropriations are there to provide legal authority to extract from the con fund.
Yeah. No.
And so if you don't need to extract from the con fund, you
Well,
don't.
you didn't need to extract from the fund last year.
Well,
This
that's not
year
true.
you've
We did.
a- this year-
We did. We had to extract 34.
Yeah, 34. Quite.
Yes.
Quite right. This year you've allocated $868 million.
Yes.
How did you get to that figure?
Again, I'm not going to canvass the precise detail of what's in that, for the very simple reason that there are some matters there which are subject to processes, which is why it's in the public's interest for that not to be reported. Namely because we are in some disputes there that require resolution for which it's not possible to award an allocation to a department. The other point, which is quite crucial from a technical level, Mr. Tudor, is that the appropriations, that there are, obviously we appropriate for departments and we appropriate for the special appropriations. Sometimes we have to appropriate centrally because it's not appropriate to appropriate through the other appropriations. The other issue.
Can we have that one more time, just for?
Happy to.
That is-
So
I think
sometimes
that
the
was
appropriation has
that
to
might be
belong
the
to the central
first
agencies and not the
the
line
English
agencies.
language.
Sometimes an appropriation has to belong, as in legal authority, has to belong to the central agencies and not the line agencies. Otherwise, what happens is
No, I
that
understand. I get
item would otherwise be appropriated via agencies, not by the central. This particular year, that it was had to be slightly elevated for two reasons. Firstly, there were some matters that just happened after the budget was closed, namely floods. And it's at this point not clear which department would require that appropriation. And so when it comes to, for example, disaster
It's a
response...
pretty specific figure, though, isn't it? 868,454
Well, but to be fair,
million.
Mr. Tudor-
868,450.
But to be fair, Mr. Tudor, whether it's specific or not, the way I would characterise it is whether it's precise or not is a different question.
But there must have been a calculation to get there.
But
Sorry.
it's similar to the process that your government had to employ and Treasurers Perrottet and Keane had to employ when having to manage the COVID pandemic.
never that amount of money.
That's not true. That's
Or COVID.
Order.
except in COVID.
Thank you
Well,
very
except
much.
that one year where there
for
was a big
that
dis-
Treasurer and
Yes.
Mr. Tudor.
Yeah,
Mr.
COVID.
Borzak, if you could ask a
I'll be
question,
faced with
please.
COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Nurses have received an offer of 3.5%, and no one can argue that they deserve that. School teachers, plus 3% rise in salary. Again, no one can argue. Police, 4 to 5% per
That's
annum.
not true. Mr. Tudor argues.
Sorry?
Mr. Tudor argues
Order.
against that. Sorry.
Order.
I do too.
And Mr.
Order.
Wright.
That contribution is not helpful, Mr. Treasurer.
Sorry, Mr. Borsett.
I'm just trying to preamble this. Come on, give me a go, will you?
Sorry.
Even our parliamentary ranks here is limited by 3.5%. Yet, we see in July the 6 departmental secretaries had their salaries increased to $648,200 per annum, a raise of more than 10%, approximately $60,000 each. I understand that this is part of a special determination by the Remuneration Tribunal to align salaries across all secretaries. How then, in the state's current straitened circumstances, does the government justify handing out over 10% wage rise to the most senior, well-paid public servants in New South Wales?
That's a good question.
Well, Mr. Borsak, just a few points. When it comes to award workers, be it those award workers that are respondent to the general award, when it comes to, you've already nominated teachers, you've already nominated nurses as being subject to an offer. But I could also, in that same category, point out healthcare workers. I can also point out firefighters. There has been the emergence of pay disparities across those roles that through the course of those negotiations had to be addressed. And in large part, that is the reason why, for example, first year teachers in New South Wales went from being the worst paid in the country to amongst the best. And equally, when it comes to paramedics, it's also why, for example, when we reached agreement with paramedics, we introduced 2 additional classifications from memory that gave them the opportunities for further career progression, but also resolved some pay disparity issues as well.
With respect, Mr. Treasurer,
Yep.
none of them are getting 10% no matter which way you cut it.
Well, that's not true, actually. Some
okay.
of them got more. And for example,
Per
first-year
annum?
teachers got up to 15. And
Sorry, what was that?
15. Up to 15, yeah.
Per annum?
Yeah, oh, well, no, one-off adjustments, and did take place. And I think that's appropriate. And I think, to be fair to you, Mr. Borsak, you do too. And I know that you supported that. I'm the first to acknowledge that the state's departmental leadership are an unusual category of work that required pay disparity to be resolved. But we did have people performing the same work who were not getting the same pay. That's why the Premier did refer it to the Statutory and Other Office Holders Remuneration Tribunal for determination that has applied that determination to allow for that adjustment one-off. You also, incidentally, in your question, made a point about politicians. That you're right to point out that that we have capped our own pay, and we are the only category of workers in the state for which there is a wage cap now, at least for this year. And that did follow a sought determination which otherwise would have seen politicians getting paid more. I think it's a good thing that we reduced politician pay to 3.5 to align with the offer that we provided to our award workers. I think it's good that Parliament endorsed that relatively without any controversy. I obviously thank you for your support, and I thank the opposition for theirs, even though the opposition did argue for a higher pay rise.
As did the government.
No, that's not true.
See John Graham's submission.
Order.
I'm not at this stage arguing for an increase in politicians' pay.
Of course,
Let's
you're
get
not,
that
Mr.
clear.
Borsat, but Mr. Tudorhope's party
Well,
was.
what was John Graham's submission?
Order.
But
Less than the opposition's.
Order.
It's less.
No.
Treasurer, did the government actually conduct any performance reviews before these increases were given to the individual secretaries?
The government is obliged every 12 months to review the performance of its secretaries in these roles, and that's what we call the secretary's performance assessment, is it?
Yes.
And
I
that takes
don't
place.
begrudge Mr. Cootes-Trotter his money, obviously.
Well, Mr. Cootes-Trotter, incidentally.
He used to be the minister, the
Mr.
secretary for everything.
Well, Mr. Cootes-Trotter, I have maintained before and will say again, is, in my eyes, the nation's finest public servant. He, although wasn't one of those secretaries that was affected by this adjustment, and to be fair to Mr. Cootes-Trotter, who is sitting here very politely as we discuss his pay, that he.
So you missed out.
He did not receive any because he
fairly
was
remunerated.
he was not the subject of any pay disparity.
Well, maybe Mr. Cootes-Trotter could advocate for us, Mr. Treasurer.
Well, I've got to say, Mr. Cootes-Trotter always advocates for the public interest, and I'm sure that if he's prepared to, you identify a cause, and I'll leave it to
Can
Mr.
we get on
Cootes-Trotter.
to, and I'll come back to it because I've only got about 4 minutes left, but I'd like to talk to you about the much vexed question of workers' compensation change.
Please.
And that policy. Can you explain currently what changes you're looking at in the legislation, given that it's gone to an inquiry, and I'm not asking you to talk about what the inquiry will go through, but what changes were you expecting to get out of it?
Well, firstly, I respect the fact that it's now gone to a second inquiry. But the changes we're looking to get out of it is fundamentally about, firstly, protecting the sustainability of the scheme. Secondly, ensuring that the scheme is promoting a culture of prevention. Third, that it is obviously supporting injured workers and can continue to do so into the future. And four, that it is also affordable for the businesses that are contributing. And I accept, Mr. Borsak, that it's highly controversial, and I respect that lots of people in this room and outside this room disagree with me.
How much are you, in dollar terms, are you looking to save?
In dollar terms, I'm not expecting to save any, but partly because as the state, in my time as Treasurer, has had to book additional liabilities that now, in my time as Treasurer, would exceed 5 billion,
Yes.
at least.
Yes.
At least 5 billion has had to be booked. I don't expect to save any. I suspect that the advantage for the budget will come from it being stable.
But isn't the most of that relate to the public sector liability?
Well, for the purpose of the budget, yes, because the nominal insurer does not belong to the state. And you asked me about whether I tend to save. I can only make savings from the scheme for the public sector liability because there's no savings that flow from the private scheme to the public balance sheet. But when it comes to the private scheme, the liabilities belong to the state's employers. And so to the extent to which the private schemes retreats further into deficit, which it is, the greater those liabilities are for the state's businesses, which are predominantly small businesses, of which there are 340,000 that pay premiums. And those 340,000 that are paying premiums are likely to have to contribute a lot more to close that deficit in the absence of reform.
I know that the Legislative Assembly passed a new version of the bill.
It hasn't passed yet.
Hasn't passed that yet, Mr.
It hasn't
Borsak. It
passed
passed
yet?
the
Sorry.
first bill.
I thought it had.
No, we just introduced a second.
Can you tell me what the difference of that between that bill and the one that's currently
Yes.
under review in the upper house?
Yes. Firstly, in that bill, it does adopt some of the amendments that were moved by the crossbench in respect to the first bill and clarify some of the drafting and the legal language that's there. Secondly, it also picks up some additional changes and technical adjustments that were suggested predominantly by feedback from a variety of stakeholders. But third, it also includes some changes to the Workplace Health and Safety Act. But you are quite right to say it is a very similar bill.
Are you in negotiation with Unions New South Wales in relation to this bill?
Yes, we have been in negotiations with Unions New South Wales in relation to this bill and the bill that's passed the LA, as we have been in negotiations, if you would describe it, if you wish to use that verb, with the business community as well, and incidentally, many non-for-profit groups as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ruddick.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Treasurer, the way payroll tax and land tax is structured in New South Wales means that there is an automatic tax increase every year due to bracket creep, where inflation pushes a growing percentage of businesses above the payroll tax threshold and a growing percentage of property owners above the land tax threshold. These hidden taxes happen every year without public debate or new legislation. These tax increases could be removed by automatically indexing the threshold for payroll tax and land tax to inflation. Would you consider introducing indexation?
That is not yet the government's policy as well. And as we canvassed earlier this morning, Mr. Ruddick, when it comes to payroll tax, Treasurer Mike Baird froze it in his 2013-2014 budget. And at the time he said, in the longer term, the removal of indexation will broaden the base of payroll tax and make it more efficient. That's the law as it currently stands, as you pointed out, and that's obviously the law we're applying as government.
Yes,
because
but
that is
you
the
acknowledge
law.
that it's an automatic tax increase every year.
I'll leave it to you and others who are campaigning for various reforms to characterise it as you see fit. But whether it's an automatic tax rise, I'll leave it for others to judge the accuracy of that language.
Well, if we have inflation, then it's automatically going to happen, and every year in my life there has been inflation.
Well, no. I think the chain of transmission that you're referring to, I think, is more for payroll taxes. If there's wage growth, you pay more tax, not if there's more inflation. As in, if the wage bill goes up, therefore more of it is taxable. You are right to say, though, when it comes to payroll tax, that for many years when there was no wage growth in the New South Wales economy, that effect that you described wasn't as taking place to the degree to which some say it is now. I will simply point out wages are growing in New South Wales. That does have consequences for payroll tax. Whether or not we can adjust payroll tax rates or threshold, as we said last year in respect to land tax, we'll always look to see what we can do as well. But when we introduced the land tax indexation change, I made the argument then, which I repeat now, that I do think it's for Parliament to decide when to do the adjustments.
Well, Mr. Treasurer, so do you think the public is not aware of what's going on here? Well, I mean, the business owners are aware and the land owners are aware, but it's not something that sort of gets discussed in public debate, and I think it should be. So do you think it would be a good idea in the budget papers every year, just for the sake of transparency, to spell out to the people of New South Wales in the budget papers what the increase in tax was as a result of no indexation?
Well, firstly, I think the short answer is no, I don't. The reason why is because the payroll tax and land tax and stamp duties and all the other forms of revenue, the default position of all of them is that they're not indexed. In fact, I don't know. There are obviously some that are automatically indexed to certain principles when it comes to revenue. So I don't feel as though it's necessary to draw out one specific tax or the other. But also, I'm comfortable in saying that because the budget papers do contain revenue forecasts, and we do provide revenue forecasts
but not specifically around how much this hidden tax has brought in.
Sure, and I think that, as you rightly point out, Mr. Ruddock, you're quite entitled to say that that's a piece of information that you feel as though could assist in the public debate, and I'll take that in good spirit and see whether or not we can provide some information in other forms as well. In general, though, one part of your question that I didn't respond to, which I will now, is you said that words to the effect that this isn't talked about. Actually, I think it's talked about a lot. I think more and more people are talking about whether or not indexation as a principle should be applied in default to taxes.
Well, it's a debate whose time has come. But I do have a question for Mr. Cootes-Trotter.
Yeah.
Could you give us an estimate? How much do you think in the last budget papers that with the bracket creep on these two issues about around payroll tax and land tax, what's your estimate about how much extra revenue that brought into the Treasury?
I would have to take that on notice, Mr. Ruddock. Happy to do so.
Well, I think you would be very interested to see.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Ruddock. I'd now turn to questions from Ms. Higginson.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello, Ms. Higginson.
Hello, Treasurer.
Can you
Of course,
bring
the perennial issue I raise with you, the
Forestry.
forestry corporation.
Yes.
So, Treasurer,
Did you hear the early exchange?
I did, and thank you. And I acknowledge
welcome.
the Forestry Corporation does some fabulous work not logging the forests. So I just want to talk to you about 15 million was the half-yearly last recorded losses. This was double what was projected, which was a fairly radical projection in and of itself. It lost 29 million the previous financial year. This now takes the Corp hardwood division losses since 2020 to just under 100 mil. We're at 87 mil. How do we continue to justify this? And I ask you to do this in the context that they are, without doubt, causing ecological disaster by this continued spend of public money.
So, just to be clear, Ms. Higginson, what is the actual question you're asking me?
The money.
The money,
Like,
right.
in the context of the harm.
Right. Okay. So, look, I can simply say that you pointed out that there was a rise in the losses in the last financial year.
It was
which-
double.
Yes.
And that's only half the year, Trevor, half the year.
Yes, I wasn't disputing that as a point of fact. And that is in large part because you're quite right to have pointed out in previous estimate hearings and throughout the time of the Parliament that there's been litigation and regulatory issues. And you're right to point out that part of what's caused that loss is the fact that that forestry, as a result of that litigation, hasn't been able to provide the wood supply, which means that their variable income is lower than their fixed costs. And that's what's created the technical reasons for the loss. But as for the justification part, which I believe is the core of your question, I agree with you that obviously whether it's sustainable or desirable, obviously from a shareholder's perspective, which I think is how you're asking me this question, from a shareholder's perspective, I prefer government's businesses to make profits, not losses.
Thank you. The government promised 80 mil for the establishment of the GKMP, the Great Koala National Park.
Yep.
The Premier in estimates this week said there will be more allocated to that. How much more, Treasurer?
Well, again, Ms. Higginson, if you don't mind, I didn't get the chance to see the Premier's
He just said there'd be more. It was that straightforward.
Yeah, and
How
I think
much
that
more?
when the government finalises its policy on the GKMP, you'll see the budget reflect the policy. And so I think the right way for me to answer that question is to say that obviously as we reach our final decisions on the establishment of the GKMP, we do expect that we'll be adjusting the budget upwards.
Have you settled that figure within your own department at this point?
Within my department?
Within Treasury, is that figure being settled?
Oh, look, it's fair to say that obviously as the GKMP policy process continues, Treasury and others have canvassed a variety of different scenarios. We are finalising the policy as well, and Treasury is engaged in that process, but actually, I say this with great respect, Ms Higginson, a lot of those questions are going to have to go to Minister Sharp.
So have you settled a figure at this point in terms of an adjustment package?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer to that is that the $80 million that's already been established does allow the government to have substantially developed a position, and we're confident that that's the first part is adequate. But in terms of the full quantum required to establish the park, that obviously does require the policy to be established and then implemented. And that, as you know, particularly because you are dealing with contractual counterparties through the wood supply agreements, that there is a bit of commercial sensitivity around that conversation that needs to be respected, from both our perspective and theirs.
Thank you, I agree. Have you, though, established what the quantum for that particular component of the establishment will be?
Perhaps the way I can give you, the direct way I can answer that question, Ms Higginson, is to say that we've established the 80 million that is already established enables the government, Forestry Corp, the respective departments that are involved to have sufficient confidence to have conversations with contractual counterparties, but I have to respect that process.
So
I'm not worried about whether or not it's adequate for the purpose of where we're up to now in the policy development.
Okay, so a component of that 80 mil will be the adjustment package for the wood supply agreements.
Well, the way I would
simply
simply say is that there obviously, as the park is established, the need for adjustment is clear for both the businesses and the workers that are affected by the policy change. I'm certainly confident that the $80 million is going to play a big role in that adjustment. And as the Premier has said, as we conclude that policy and those conversations with both workers, which are crucially important, and with businesses, which are just as important, and with the affected communities, we are expecting that we will have to make the next set of decisions from a budget perspective as well.
And so are you saying, Treasurer, as far as you're concerned and Treasury is concerned, you are in a position now to announce that park?
I wouldn't. I would simply no. I think perhaps you're inviting me to edge a bit closer, Ms Higginson, to a position that you'd like me to adopt.
Jump, Treasurer,
I
jump.
know. I'm picking up on the undertone. But I would only observe that I suspect that the park is going to be established as the government committed to. I suspect that work will be implemented. That requires complex implementation, and I'm confident that the government is working through the detail that will allow us to establish the park. But I guess my way of saying it is I think the policy work needs to be completed before the budgetary aspects can be finalised.
Is there any calculation of the carbon generated from the forest? Is any part of that being allocated to the costs of the park creation?
I mean, the short answer is that the con fund is funding the 80 million. We haven't assumed any.
No, sorry,
future.
the extra
I
cost.
get the question, right? But no, the answer is that the con fund is funding the work. But you're right to say, and I know this is contested, that the potential for us to establish a method to permit the grant of Australian carbon credit units is a feature of public discussion, and I think you and I have canvassed before the merits of such a policy.
Can I just move to, did you have any say or any contribution to the $2 million ex gratia payment to Kathleen Folbig?
No.
Did anyone in Treasury that you're aware of have any? No, thank you.
Not from a policy perspective.
Thank you. The $7.9 million that was in the budget for the shooters, recreational running around with guns on Crown lands bill, was that what made you put that money in the budget ahead of any law that changed the scheme?
Well, Ms. Higginson, I think you're right to say that as Treasurer I present the budget, but ultimately it is ministers that develop policy and submissions. So the motivations of the ministers who brought that is perhaps best placed to answer your question. But I would simply say, as Treasurer, in this budget, you're right to say it presented one that included the $7.2 million.
7.9.
7.9, sorry. In the last budget, I included 97 million for feral pigs.
But this is allocated next to a private member's initiative, a bill that hadn't been passed by the Parliament. Is that ordinary for the Treasurer to sign off on that sort of thing?
It's not. How about this? When I was in opposition, often identified policies that the government had funded that were the result of either conversations with other parties or, for that matter, legislation that they themselves had proposed but not yet implemented. And so I think, but to be fair to this particular issue, regardless of what Parliament's attitude is towards that bill, the administrative apparatus changes, I think it's just a prudent thing to do in budgets, is to make sure that you're, ironically, you are including expenses that you think you're likely to incur.
Would you be willing to change that line item to feral species management rather than the shooters and fishers slush fund?
Well, again, I'll leave it to others to characterise it by way of language. But Ms. Higginson, I will simply say I am the...
I think I was getting the money personally.
The budget, whilst presented by the Treasurer, reflects the policies of the government. And so I, as Treasurer, am not responsible for deciding that those particular policies, and I would encourage you to speak to the ministers, as I'm sure you will.
Thank you, Treasurer. Mr. Tudor.
Thank you. I was just asking you before the last time when we were having a discussion about the $454 million appropriation, and you correctly identified that there was a larger appropriation during COVID. Are we at that level, are we, of appropriation, a COVID appropriation?
Well, I'll leave you to read the appropriation bill.
Yep. Well, can I ask you this? Is the money set aside for IRC wage rise determinations for essential services workers, nurses, firefighters and psychiatrists? Would that be a component potentially of that?
Well, the appropriation certainly does give us legal authority to spend it on matters to do with industrial relations.
So any increases or wage rises for those bodies could come out of that
it's
appropriation?
I mean, you say could. It is obviously subject to law, and it's available for me to, if I feel as though it complies with law, to do so. But would it help, Mr. Tudor, if I was to give you an example of how it's been used so far?
Yes.
For industrial relations?
Yes.
Yes. To this point, the only use of the appropriation for industrial relations has been to fund for the community sector this year's minimum wage decision. and that was the policy that we announced at the NCOS breakfast, which you attended.
Yes.
And the use of the appropriation there arises for two reasons. Firstly, the very technical reason that the Fair Work Commission had not decided the minimum wage by the time of the budget. The second reason is because the government now funds those wage rises and has for the last 3 years, pending the introduction of 5-year contracts for the community sector. Now, in this budget, we also announced the way forward for us introducing 5-year contracts for the community sector, which I think is a very welcome initiative, as you saw at that breakfast, which I believe you supported.
Yeah.
And equally, I believe you supported the minimum wage decision. In fact, I'm glad you did in opposition. I would have preferred if your government had in government, because to be fair, I was genuinely surprised when I became Treasurer about how much anxiety there was about whether or not the minimum wage increase would be funded. We had to do that in the appropriation because it wasn't known what the minimum wage decision was. That's just one example. Sometimes,
could I just interrupt
but the
you
final
there?
point is
how
this.
much was it? Can you recall?
I believe that I can get you the exact figures on what that is.
Yep.
But I'm happy to take that on notice as to what it is for this year as part of the appropriation, because next year will be reflected in the agency's appropriations. But I'll just point this out to you, Mr. Tudor, when it comes to the use of a special contingency. I could have made my budget look $800 million better by not doing it. I could have not appropriated the $800 million that has been appropriated this year and reported a smaller deficit. And I could be making great political virtue of that, here and elsewhere. I did not, for the very simple reason that I took a conservative view, which is sometimes you should include budget for expenses that may arise, rather than adjust appropriations later, which is what your government did and was notorious for.
Well, you were going well up till then.
And Mr. Tudor, I would just say this. I could have been going to the media on budget day, the parliament the day after, to the rating agencies every day since, and going, I have achieved a faster closure of the deficit. The reason I did not...
I've given you a lot of latitude just to explain the one
because
example.
I also gave you a little detail.
Now it is devolved into
Mr.
you
Tudor,
giving a speech.
I could have made
correct.
the government look a lot
I want to
better.
move on. I've got limited time.
Instead,
So
what I did was budget for these expenses that include a minimum wage rise for the community sector.
This is not... Thank you. You were asked some questions earlier in relation to the 50-50 matching, which I think the federal...
50-50 matching of?
Just wait for me to finish the question. That the Federal Health Minister has seemed to indicate that the states would be required to make in relation to the Thriving Kids program, which he has announced. And you correctly said, well, the states haven't agreed to anything yet, and the details are to be sorted out. You do recall, though, in December 2023, the Federal Treasurer, the Prime Minister and the Premier at the time came to an agreement, I think it was the Prime Minister, came to an agreement in relation to foundational supports in return, I think, for reaching an agreement in relation to health funding. Do you recall that?
The National Cabinet in 2023 did reach an agreement that said, the way I recall it, because you asked me if I recall it, the way I recall it is what the National Cabinet agreed to was three things, actually. The first is the 3-year extension to the No GST Worse Off agreement. The second was health funding agreements and NDIS support. Actually, on NDIS support at the National Cabinet agreement from them, there was actually quite a lot of agreement around the governance changes, which I think, but to be fair to you, Mr. Tudor, that's not central to your question. But the actual point that is central to your question was that the Premier and the Prime Minister agreed that states would have to be better off. That is, better off after taking into account the Commonwealth contribution to hospital funding and therefore the state's contribution to what was then described as foundational supports that is now described as the Thriving Kids program. States would have to be better off.
So, we've got this standoff, isn't that the position? You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Isn't that where we're at?
I wouldn't describe it as a standoff. I would describe it as we are not yet reaching agreement because we want to see the Commonwealth's next health offer.
Well, have you disclosed what your foundational supports offer is potentially?
The foundational supports offer has been canvassed ad nauseum with the Commonwealth. And when I say, when you ask me have we disclosed, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I think to be fair to the states, all of them, to be fair to the government, but to be fair to our departments, I'd be surprised if we're not up to version 100 of permutation and combination as to what could or could not work, because these are really complex questions that involve serious matters. And so the short answer is yes, we have canvassed extensively with the Commonwealth what we think what's combination of settings would be required for the health agreement and the foundational supports agreement for the states to have confidence as to whether they're better off.
In the interest of transparency, are you prepared to make that documentation available?
In the interest of transparency, I'm happy to tell you that the issue that... Order. Mr. Tudor-Hope, the short answer is in the issue of transparency, I'm being very transparent with you now. As to whether or not we're going to make the documents, the short answer to that is no, because we're in serious negotiations with the Commonwealth right now, as we are with every other state.
I just want to go back to Wallara.
Again.
The place or the question?
No, well, the questions that Minister Jackson told budget estimates today. Minister Jackson told budget estimates today that Homes New South Wales has done no work in relation to your $193 million Wallara train station project. Why are you redeveloping land with no involvement from Homes New South Wales?
We haven't made a decision.
Well, can you confirm that the Minister for Housing has had no involvement in this project, even though it will involve rezoning?
Well, Mr. Tudor, I think I'm going to take this question on notice, because if the Minister is providing evidence as we speak, I think it's fair and reasonable for me to see what evidence she's providing.
Well then, the Premier has just told a press conference, not today, but Sunday. So either you've been misleading this committee or you're planning an urgent meeting for tomorrow to spend $193 million. Which is it?
Neither.
Neither. So there is going to be an announcement of this project on Sunday, is there? Because that's what the Premier has just told a media conference.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, you are. I gotta say, I always respect the craft, and as a leading practitioner of it once upon a time, I can definitely say I would have done it differently and better. But I respect the craft. I respect the craft. All I will simply say is I don't know why you're trying to attack me for trying to build more homes. You're accusing me of a secret conspiracy to help deal with the housing crisis. How dare you, Treasurer, look for opportunities to build more homes in New South Wales?
Entirely congratulate you, Premier. Just then announce that you're going to make the announcement on Sunday.
I'm the Treasurer.
Is it going to be announced on Sunday?
I've got to say...
The Premier is just telling you there's an announcement coming on Sunday.
But why are you asking me the question, Mr. Tudor?
Well, then you've been misleading the committee all up until now. Is that right?
I've got to say...
You've been misleading the committee up until now.
You're indicting me for a speed on an accusation which I'm finding genuinely you're saying that I am trying to mislead you about the government's stated intent to build more homes.
No,
I'm not misleading you. I'm telling you directly, just like I had to tell you that there's a hole in the M6.
I asked you whether this announcement would be made on Sunday, and you refused to provide me with an answer.
You're accusing me of being engaged in a conspiracy to build more homes. There's no conspiracy. It's the open intent of the government to look for every available opportunity to build more houses.
The Premier in budget estimates earlier this week and I know you've been in Canberra and have been concentrating on other things and probably haven't had a chance to catch up on it, but on the hearing on Tuesday, he said that it was not the government's intention for its workers' compensations bills to remove the right of victims of workplace sexual assault caused by employer negligence to be awarded work injury damages unless the victim has been assessed as having a whole-of-person impairment of 31%. If that's not your intention, why does the bill do this?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, that is your interpretation of the bill and its effects on that particular scenario is obviously a matter of your interpretation, but I'm fairly clear that, as you'll see from the bill does provide coverage for people who are the victims of crime. And I'm the first to accept that workers' compensation matters are really complex, particularly when it comes to the crimes you just described. Equally, I am well and truly aware that the interaction between workers' compensation laws, the criminal law, and that feature of the work injury damages component, which incidentally is itself highly complicated, perhaps is too complicated for me to simply accept the manner in which you passed it.
Well, the Bar Association had a view in relation to exactly this.
Yeah, and again, I think, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I accept the fact that these matters are being advanced through that committee process as well. So I'm not going to provide a commentary in this estimates in hearing about that inquiry, other than to say that if the committee or you or others reach a view that it could potentially be an unintended consequence, then the way in which to address that is in the debates to come in the Parliament.
Well, and in the debate in Parliament, if that in fact was the committee's view, the government would support that?
I haven't. There's no proposition in front of me to test that view on, but I would absolutely say.
Well, the Premier said it was certainly not the intention.
Mr. Chair, just let me finish. As you and I have engaged at various points constructively about suggestions that have come forward from yourself and Mr. Latham, and at various times we haven't been constructive in those conversations for reasons that to do with the nature of the amendments you're moving. And I would just point out, you're asking me about whether or not the intent of the government is to exclude victims of crime from a feature of workers' compensation law to do with sexual assault. But I just also point out, I invite you to consider your own position on that, because you're moving amendments that affect that question too, that are far more likely to reach the effect that you're worried about. And whilst I'm not trying to take this opportunity to canvass our differences, because we've done that before as well, I just point out that if your amendments that you're moving with Mr. Latham were to be adopted, the scenario that you're pointing to are far more likely to take place than the government's bill.
You and I can differ on that. I have to tell you, Premier.
Treasurer.
None of the amendments moved. If you can point to an amendment, I won't go there. In the interest of trying to get this resolved, I won't go there. What costing has Treasury done on the impact of the state's public mental health system of cutting off of all medical support after 3.5 years under workers' compensation for psychologically injured workers with a WPI of less than 31% and leaving these injured workers to seek medical support through the public health system?
Yeah, let me get back to you on notice about the modelling that Treasury has done.
Did you block the Minister for Work, Health and Safety's Cabinet submission for expanding the coverage for presumptive cancers for firefighters?
Well, firstly, I don't comment on Cabinet matters.
Well,
on the position that I've adopted or other ministers have adopted or presented.
In relation to presumptive cancers, has the Minister for Work, Health and Safety sought to advance the amendment of the Work Health and Safety Act to cover presumptive cancers?
Well, I mean, it's no secret that the government is yes is the answer. You're asking me, is the minister advancing propositions to around presumptions of cancers? This is no secret, Mr. Tudor-Hope. It's been subject to extensive public comment. And yes, of course, not only has the Minister done that, she's undertaken broad public consultation about it. And to be fair to the Minister... let me finish. No, let me finish. To be fair to the Minister for Workplace Health and Safety, so has the Minister for Emergency Services. And that's because, again, making sure that we have protections for presumptive cancers for those professional firefighters is a huge issue. I think what you confused in your question is whether she's advanced that proposition or she's advanced it through Cabinet. I can't answer at the Cabinet dimension, but I can say publicly, of course she has.
Well,
and not only that, she's involved you in those conversations as she has in the Parliament.
Let me just ask you about that then, because you've just told us that the Minister for Emergency Services and the Minister for Work, Health and Safety have engaged in broad public consultation in relation to those issues.
Yes.
You'd be aware of the Standing Order 52 request for papers in relation to work done in relation to this issue, both from Treasury and from the respective ministers. Why have no documents been produced which evidences those consultations and, in fact, the modelling potentially in relation to those consultations?
Well, I have. I'll say, firstly, I just refer you to the evidence that Miss Boyd gave when I think you asked similar questions to her in her estimates hearing. That's Kate Boyd, the Secretary of the Department of Cabinet Office, which is incidentally the institution that is responsible for whole of government returns of papers following orders from the House.
And what you say that because is it your contention that because these consultations?
I'm not making any content. I'm simply referring you to the point that she made as well. And I think to be fair,
which point do you say that she made which relieves you of obligations to produce those documents to the House?
I think the point that she made, which I agree with, is that there is no difference in approach in terms of treating what is cabinet document between this government and the former government.
Well, the documents are not produced.
Well, Mr. Tudor-Hope, when I was seeking such documents when your government was, and I was extensively using the call for order paper, I often would find that such documents
and
were
you
not
didn't
produced.
pursue them?
Well, to be fair, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you blocked me. As the leading defender of cabinet in confidence in the upper house, you are the member of the House who has spoken the most about the sanctity of cabinet in confidence considerations.
So the contention you're now making is that the documentation relating to consultations with stakeholders
I'm saying
are now cabinet in confidence.
I'm not.
Is that
I'm saying
what
that I don't reach that judgment when it comes to the production of documents. But I will simply say that, for a good reason, incidentally. I mean, I only do so insofar as it applies to an order to my office as well. And as you know, because we're following the same procedure you had to follow. But I'm not making that contention.
Well, no, we in fact, complied
me.
with the judgment in Egan
Mr.
and
Tudor-Hope,
Chadwick.
you just put something to me. I think it's fair and reasonable that I can respond. I'm simply referring to Miss Boyd's evidence, which says that the way in which the production process is treated for the purposes of considerations that you're pointing to is identical to what it was in your government. I don't want to verbal her,
Right, I'll just
but
move on.
she's made the point it hasn't changed.
Just one final question because my time's here. Whose idea was it to include the digital work systems in your second workers' compensation bill?
Well, again, I just refer you to the Minister's second reading speech.
Whose idea was it?
Again, I refer you to the Minister's second reading speech. But on that particular point, that's now been presented to the lower house. The Minister has set out the reasons why. The lower house can consider it. As for that particular feature of the law, of the bill that's been proposed, I'm looking forward to talking to you and others in the lower house about it and others parts of that bill.
Thank you, Treasurer. Before I hand over to Ms Boyd, I'll just ask one question. Treasurer, has the Treasury done any modelling on how New South Wales can meet its net zero targets, decarbonise our economy best? And in particular, has it assessed whether or not degassing, capturing the gas from our underground coal mines is a much better way, much more economic way to reach our targets than potentially relying on some of our other sectors, such as aluminium, steel and cement, which have far greater flow-on costs to other sectors of the economy.
I will answer, if you don't mind, Chair, General, and then I might invite the Secretary to supplement with any detail, if that's okay.
Sure.
I think as we've established in previous estimate hearings, bulk of the government's climate modelling is undertaken by DQ, the Department of Climate Change, Environment and Water. In addition, I think since we've last had the opportunity to talk about this, or probably before, we've also now established a commission that plays a role in doing modelling. So I would, I can simply just, as a result, it's not. I don't believe Treasury has done that at that level of specific detail. Treasury's modelling on climate, and again, this is where I'll invite the Secretary to either fact check me in real time or provide additional detail, is predominantly through the intergenerational report process.
Yeah, that's true.
And the intergenerational report we're due to publish next year.
Yep.
And I've certainly asked for us to include in that two things. Firstly, to continue on with, I thought, the good decision of Treasurer Keane, I think produced the last one.
2021.
No, it was Treasurer Perrottet.
Perrottet.
That did include climate modelling, I believe, for the first time. And to have a Conservative then Treasurer and then became Premier to include that, I thought was very good. And I've asked Treasury to see what we can do to expand the methodology on that, which I believe they are. I've also, incidentally, for the intergenerational report, and this is the way in which I see what I describe as the Marvel Cinema Universe of estimates hearings, I'd like to plant this kernel for next year. I'm looking forward to us being able to talk about how we are using the intergenerational report to talk more about the future of equality in the state. And that's one of the areas which we're looking at as a part of the next version of the IGR process, to see whether or not we think equality is likely to go up or down, but also what are the economic consequences. Did you guys see the movie? I might invite Sir.
Oh, just one thing to add, Mr. Buckingham. The New South Wales Productivity and Equality Commission has done the first of potentially 2 papers on the most efficient way to get to our net zero targets, which I don't think has involved any original modelling, but is rather drawn on the modelling that the Treasurer is being referring to try and particularly shine a bit of a light on the so-called hard-to-abate sectors and where we're up to on our current approach and what the options are to get on trajectory, because in some sectors we're off trajectory, as you know, and then the relative economic costs and benefits of different approaches to each. So I'm happy to make sure we get that material to you.
That would be appreciated. Yep. Thank you very much. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, let me just bring that. Okay. I just wanted to check, in a response to Mr. Tudor-Hope just before, you said, Treasurer, something about, I think the words were along the lines of foundational supports now thriving kids, or now called thriving kids. I just wanted to check to clarify that they are 2 different things.
It's actually not clear to us either, Ms. Boyd.
Yeah, okay.
It's perhaps I can say that the federal government needs to make clear, and we're looking forward to having this conversation, whether it's their view that thriving kids, for want of a better term, covers the field on expectations of state contributions for foundational supports. But I should say, independently of what the federal government says, the New South Wales government remains committed to providing foundational supports through our schools regardless. And to what level and to what quantum and how and when, obviously we have to work through the detail. But part of the reasons why there has been the emergence of a national scheme is because in the process of establishing foundational supports between the states, it became pretty clear that each state has different standards and different interpretations and different delivery methods, some of which are interesting and different to here in New South Wales. For example, there are some states that would argue that they've already embedded foundational supports in their schooling systems that acquits their responsibilities to the Commonwealth. or sorry, I shouldn't say acquit, I should say helps. The other states have made the point that we are providing this through early childhood. And part of the reasons why I think that there's been a need to establish clarity here is what is considered to be foundational supports for the purpose of the national scheme and what else the state's expected to do independent of that. And that's something which we still have to work through the detail of.
All right, so it sounds very murky.
Well, I wouldn't say murky, I'd say complex.
Because foundational supports, so there's a couple of things in what you've just said. I mean, foundational supports is broader than just for children, for a start.
Yes.
And obviously, and I think you're acknowledging this, it goes beyond the school system and the early childhood system and is a much broader bunch of supports.
That's true, but I think to be fair to the Commonwealth, they're not seeking state contribution for cohorts that are not children. And
under the thriving kids.
Well, actually under NDIS reform at this point, and this is another area which incidentally you're quite right to say has been a cause of there to be has been helped impeded the capacity to reach final agreement on a policy. And that is the governance mechanism around who else from the NDIS remains eligible to stay in the NDIS going forward is also subject to change. Another way of putting it is, at this point the Commonwealth has made it clear that they think that support that is currently available to children in the NDIS needs to be provided elsewhere. But the question is if the federal government was to decide other cohorts should be supported outside the NDIS, what role do the states have in that decision?
Yeah, because my understanding from the Disability Minister is they're currently working on the 0 to 9 cohort,
yes,
on the understanding that there are other cohorts then following that will require foundational supports.
Outside the NDIS or inside the NDIS?
Sorry, as part of the agreement with the Commonwealth in relation to cutting back support under the NDIS.
Yeah, and that's the reason where the states are absolutely of the view that we need to have a say in that decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
But from the perspective of children and families who are unable to get support for their children at the moment, even when they are under NDIS, they are struggling to get the support they need. There is this foundational supports idea has created huge amount of concern and anxiety. We have raised this many, many times, and now this week we get this new announcement in the context of the states and the federal government still having not worked out what they were going to do on foundational supports. It's a big mess, and people are really concerned. What is the time frame to get to certainty?
You're very right to point out that the anxiety that this has created amongst people with a disability and those who care for them. And I wish I was in a position to give you precise answers, but I'm not. Other than to say...
Switch the thing off and it still goes on.
That the anxiety that people with a disability feel is certainly accepted very much by the New South Wales government, which is why we have been very insistent on detail, alternatives, timelines, expectations and consultation. And the disability ministers have been working on it for now 2 years, and the federal government decided this week that they would pursue that through the Thriving Kids program. But you're quite right to say these questions do deserve answers, and we are certainly wanting them for ourselves and for the communities, obviously, that we represent as well.
Yeah, so there is uncertainty for them, there's uncertainty for you when it comes to budget. What is the timeline to get to certainty? What are you doing to try to get an agreement? What are the states doing?
Yeah, well, the states are doing this, Miss Boyd. Firstly, through the disability ministers, we are working to sort out the detail as much as quickly as we can, which does involve the states, which have been relatively united on this, being very clear with the Commonwealth as to for them to clarify many of the questions that you've asked. You're asking what the treasurers are doing, like is implied, and I can say the treasurers, what we're doing is, I went to the Board of Treasurers as the chair. I went to all the other treasurers, and we all agreed, didn't really require much suggestions from me, that we want that clarity now as well, as fast as possible. And that's why we went to our KIFA meeting, which was less than 2 weeks. Last week. It was last week, this time last week. This last Friday. And the states asked the Commonwealth to have this put on the next KIFA meeting, which is in a week, 2 weeks. It's in the early September, and we're planning to discuss it then. And in the meantime, we are pressing, obviously, for detail. You're right to ask about very much the disability aspect, but I should just point out the capacity to get clarity on the disability aspect is very important, but so is the health. For the reasons you nominate, because we care by both systems, and we should. We need to see how they are all interacting with each other. I wish I was in a position to give you more information than that, but that is what we're doing in terms of trying to get clarity on behalf of the communities that we all represent.
Yeah, keep going. Or-
Just one more.
No, it's fine. I can't do one more. Just
Okay.
come back
right,
to me if
thank
there's
you.
time.
There'll be a little bit of time at the end of this, maybe.
Sure.
Will there be? No, there won't. Maybe. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Treasurer, around Eraring Power Station.
Yep.
Eraring's the biggest power station in Australia. It's obviously still operational. It was sold by the previous government and is now run by Origin Energy. It's apparently capable of providing up to 25% of the state's power requirements, and I think it's currently due after the last, I suppose you'd call it government financing and extension, to 2027 to close. Is it your understanding that it will actually close in 2027?
Well, it's my understanding is that at this point, yes. And I say that because I can only assume that Origin has served its closure notice and hasn't yet sought to amend it. But let me double check that detail for you if I can. I have no further information other than that. I'll just take one step back. We certainly reached an arrangement that would permit Origin to continue on till 2027. We didn't provide financing.
Sorry, you didn't?
We didn't.
Did you provide guarantees for financing?
Yes, that's better. That is true. We provided a guarantee but not financing. And I just point that out as a distinction, because the reason why I'm making that point, Mr. Borsak, is because when we did that, I believe that the now Shadow Environment Minister and the previous Treasurer said we'd be paying billions. The first year of that 2-year guarantee has taken place. We paid zero for the first year. Not a cent has been paid. And whilst it is the case that we've only completed the first year of that underwrite arrangement, we will know by March next year as to whether or not Origin intends to trigger the second year of that. But as we currently stand, New South Wales taxpayers have not paid any
What's
money to Origin.
the upper limit of that guarantee?
The upper limit of that guarantee, from memory, is it's a capped liability that is capped at, for the remaining year, it would be about 120, wouldn't it?
I thought it was mid-100s.
About mid-100s.
Yeah.
Over the life of the extension, the worst case scenario would have seen the state pay two-ish.
220 or 230.
But that's now been eliminated and reduced because it wasn't triggered in its first year. I should also say that is what the way the underwrite works is that losses are claimable. It's complex in terms of the schedule that sits behind it to define what is a loss. But losses are claimable, but it's a capped liability that applies each year of the underwrite, not for the cumulative life of the underwrite. Which means because it wasn't triggered in its first year, the state's risk has gone down, not up. And equally, I should say that should Origin decide to trigger the underwrite, but then make a profit from the Eraring power station, they share that profit with the state.
So, when you say that you've provided you've underwritten their finance, that's what you've done.
No, we've underwritten effectively what we would describe as fuel risk.
Yeah.
That is, should there be an unexpected rise in coal prices, akin to what took place in the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that the state would provide.
So there's a trigger there,
assistance.
trigger
Yes.
price, is there?
Broadly speaking, not directly but indirectly, but yes, I can get you more detail on this, Mr.
So
Borsak.
Origin is responsible for all the repairs and maintenance. You haven't been brought to account for any of that?
No, we haven't. And incidentally, we've also been and this was a major feature of the negotiations that were undertaken with Origin, is that they are responsible for its maintenance, and we obviously have a lot of say of what part of that maintenance is recoverable in the event of the underwrite being triggered. We made it very clear that the purpose of the underwrite was to ensure that there was price and reliability stability as we continue to build out clean green power. And that because we are trying to turn off one power system as we build another, how the two interact is obviously complicated. And so the purpose for the underwrite was to allow us to continue on with the build, which we're doing, and to get it back on track, which the Minister has, but at the same time ensure that businesses and households have price stability and reliability stability too.
Treasurer, look, we know that on a day-to-day basis it's reported that coal is providing something like 70% of the power required on a maintainable basis in New South Wales. Is it realistic to assume that 2027 will be a shutdown date for Eraring?
I don't know, Mr. Borsak. That's a question that now ultimately has to be answered by the private owners of the Eraring power station as they now own it, and after the previous government sold it. But for the purposes, I think, that you're asking as to whether the state has an interest in that question, obviously we do. And we'll have to see whether or not the same factors are in place.
Can I put it another way?
Yep.
Have you provided in the budget's forward estimates for future guarantees in relation to the period after 2027?
No, we haven't. And that's because the budget reflects policies when they're decided. It's just a bit too premature for us to make such a decision. The other point I just make is because it's a guarantee, it doesn't require a budget provision. It requires an inclusion in our contingent liabilities. It's a very different budget question. And you'll see in the budget papers, we are obviously acknowledging that there's a contingent liability for the state.
Up till 2027?
Yes.
And not future?
Yeah. So you don't provide forward estimates on contingent liabilities. It's just a budget accounting mechanism. Because you're not paying anything unless the liability is triggered.
But you should note it as a risk.
Well, hence we disclosed it as a contingent liability.
Well, that's the other question. Do you take any hedge protection out in relation to that sort of thing?
Do we hedge the liability?
No,
actually, but what we did do as part of the underwrite, actually, to be fair, Mr. Borsak, it's a really good question, which is the way in which the state hedged it was to require them to enter into fuel contracts. Because the biggest variable for which we were underwriting is fuel costs. And so when we entered into the underwrite arrangement, at that point Eraring was buying its coal from the spot market. And we required them to enter into agreements to provide the coal. And
do you know how far out they're hedging?
I don't. That's a matter for them. And to be fair to them, to the private owners of Eraring Power Station after the previous government privatised it, they obviously buy coal for Eraring, but there are other power stations. So that's a matter for them as to how they deal in it.
No, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Is the coal only Australian sourced?
Well, from my understanding, that historically, Eraring has sourced its coal from predominantly Centennial coal and others in the Hunter Valley. Whether they're buying offshore, I'm not sure. Doubt it.
Coal to Newcastle.
But I think, to be fair, Mr. Borsak,
anything could be happening.
Whether the coal is sourced from Australia or it's sourced elsewhere, its spot prices are determined through the Newcastle coal price, I presume. That's the way in which the international coal market tends to benchmark anyway. So, but it's my understanding, look, it's a matter for Origin as to where precisely they're sourcing the coal. We simply required them to enter into contracts for coal and to buy more of it through fixed contracts rather than through the spot market.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd, do you have another question?
Oh, I
or
do. Is
two,
it,
if you-
yes, thank you. Is there any money in the budget for the Jobs First Commission?
Yes.
Oh, how much?
It was one of our big announcements. I think we announced 27 million or 21. But rest assured, when the Minister for Finance is here, she would love to talk to you about this. She
Okay.
would love to talk to you about the additional funding we've made available for the Jobs First. Oh, sorry, I'm getting the future commissions.
I think it's 7.
Ah.
But there is money for the Jobs First Commission
Oh, yeah,
too.
absolutely.
It's 7. I'm getting my Q commissions confused.
Okay.
But you should welcome the other one too,
Sure.
which is the Future Jobs
An investment authority.
We can talk about that one.
Yeah, we
But
can.
yes. But no, Jobs First Commission?
Yeah, there's money there too for that. About
How
7
much?
million.
Yep.
There is 7 million-ish.
7 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one have we got? None.
Thank you. The policy and guidelines gender impact assessment policy.
Yes.
Did either of the workers' comp bills go through that process?
No, because they're not budget initiatives.
I knew you were going to say that.
I suspected you did. They're not budget initiatives. They weren't presented as budget initiatives. They're not purposes for the budget. They're purposes of legislation. And I should just say, when it comes to gender impact assessments, we did apply them across all of the budget proposals.
They are being progressively ramped up, Treasurer.
And we are also in the Indigenous for
Yeah.
the first time in this budget. We're
Yeah.
applying the Indigenous framework. And I
Yeah.
should just say, Miss Boyd, I thought Matt Keane introducing gender impact assessments for budget purposes was a good decision. I'm really disappointed that the Shadow Treasurer has committed to abolishing them. I'm really disappointed that the only policy the Shadow Treasurer has announced
I'll be schooled by
is to abolish gender impact assessments.
Do you think they've actually made a difference though,
Yes,
in your
I
budget?
absolutely do think they have.
Thank
And in
you.
fact, if you look at our wellbeing framework,
think
you will
women
see
would
some of the
disagree.
decisions that we've made.
lip service.
But I will say equally that what we're seeing, the gender impact assessments are absolutely making a difference when it comes to our child protection policy. The record $1.2 billion we announced, the biggest increase in child protection budgets in a generation, was heavily influenced by gender impact
When are you gonna
analysis
approve the
as well,
industrial
as
relations?
was last year
What
our
about the
record
nurses? What about
5.1
DV
billion.
funding? What about-
And if you're asking me about nurses,
Yeah, and
it's a very
DV
good
funding
decision, and
and all
DV
the other
funding and
things
all of
that
that.
we're not
Yes,
doing.
it's also the reasons why we've increased DV funding in this budget and last budget and the budget before that. And you'll be pleased to know, although it's not necessarily teased out through the gender impact assessment, it is teased out through our wellbeing statement, which again the Finance Minister is very eager to talk about ad nauseum, is that we are seeing the gender pay gap start to close. And we expect actually
The median pay gap increased.
but progress is being made, Miss Boyd. And to be fair, I was with the ACTU yesterday, who was pointing out that the suite of policies has been adopted by the federal government and various other governments and the private sector and unions is the reason why the gender pay gap is now the closest recorded. More work to do. But that's what Sally McManus is pointing out, and that's what a lot of people, and I think we should be celebrating that. And more, you're right to say we should draw more attention to it, which is why I'm looking forward to the Shadow Treasurer repealing his policy of abolishing gender impact assessments.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Just before we conclude, because
observation.
in the absence of government questions, just one question on Wallara,
Sure.
Treasurer. Can you spell it?
Yes, I can.
W-O-O-L-L-A.
Well, I can certainly read the spelling. It's
Oh,
W-O-O-L-A-H-R-A.
Oh, no business
Name
with
and
that.
smile.
All right, well, thank you very much,
Pass the test.
colleagues, for that. Thank you very much, Treasurer and Secretary, for that. Appreciate that. If there was anything taken on notice, and I think there was,
There was.
the Secretariat will be in contact
My
with you,
15th
of
reply
course,
to Damien's
with that, with those follow-ups and any supplementary questions. Thank you very much, everyone. We will be back at 2 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry to interrupt. I'm not sorry at all. Welcome back. Before we resume questioning, the additional witnesses who have joined the hearing, other than Mr. Coates-Trotter, will need to be sworn prior to giving evidence. So could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, and I will begin on my left. Mr. Hirsch.
Said Hirsch, Head of Strategy Planning Innovation at Infrastructure New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Oh, sorry, Mr. Gadiel, sorry.
Michael Gadiel, Deputy Secretary Procurement Reform and Banking, New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Carter.
Geraldine Carter, Acting Deputy Secretary of the Economic Strategy and Productivity Group of New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Vanderwalt.
Marina Vanderwalt, Deputy Secretary, Financial Management and Services. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Livingston.
Liz Livingston, Deputy Secretary, Policy and Budget, New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell.
Sonia Campbell, Deputy Secretary, Commercial. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Awad.
Donna Awad, Executive Director, Toll Reform. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Deverell.
David Deverell, Chief Executive, New South Wales Treasury Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Gellibrand.
Tom Gellibrand, Chief Executive, Infrastructure New South Wales. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. The opposition with the first 20 minutes of questions. Mr. Ruff.
Thank you. Thank you all for appearing today. I might start with tolling reform to you, Ms. Awad. When did you cease to have direct responsibility for the direct dealing negotiations with the concessionaires on toll reform?
Are you referring to the Chief Executive of New South Wales Motorways now having full responsibility for the direct dealing?
Yeah.
Yes, so as of the 1st of July, the Chief Executive of New South Wales Motorways is now fully accountable and responsible for all things toll reform, including the direct dealing. Myself and my team, however, are being seconded to the Motorways entity. We're just in the midst of organising that, but at the moment we're under her direction.
All right, so you'll be leaving
Yes.
Treasury?
Treasury, yes.
Oh, that's sad. I'm sure Mr. Coates-Trotter will be sad to see you go. In June 2025, you were actively recruiting for 5 new roles in your team. Did you hire all of these roles and are they still working under you?
The recruitment process has now completed and all roles have been filled. Some of the candidates have not yet started their new roles, but they will all start within the next couple of weeks. And my whole team will be going across to the Motorways entity.
Okay, thank you. And what do you see as the biggest obstacles to reaching an agreement with the concessionaires?
Mr. Rath, I might just jump in there because you're asking for a matter of Miss Awad's opinion, and I don't think it's appropriate for her to comment on that here.
What are the challenges in reaching an agreement?
So I think we are in a commercial negotiation with counterparties. I don't think it's in the taxpayers' interest for us to share our night thoughts about what the challenges may be within that negotiation.
Could you provide any indication of like when the agreement might be reached as a rough estimate?
At this point, no. I mean, we're in stage 2 of a direct dealing process, which of course is about trying to finalise the detail of an offer that the government can then consider. We are working to expectations of ministers that we accomplish this as rapidly as we can without compromising the taxpayers' position in those negotiations. So it's very difficult to be exact, I'm afraid.
That's okay. Thank you. How many formal meetings has the New South Wales government had with Transurban and related parties under the direct deal framework since the last estimates?
I can't tell you since the last estimate, but all I can say is we generally are meeting with them about once a week.
Okay.
I actually, based on the questions last time, have come up with, we've had 21 meetings this year, but I can't tell you exactly how many of those were since the last estimates.
Okay, that's all right. Maybe if you could provide on notice the number of meetings and the dates, that'd be very helpful. I don't need them now, but thank you. And how many meetings, and again you might need to take this on notice, but how many meetings of the direct deal steering committee have been held?
Once again, we have, I've got the numbers for the number of meetings this year.
Yeah.
There have been 11.
Okay.
The steering committee, as it was, has now ended, of course, and a new steering committee is going to be set up by the Motorways entity going forward.
Okay, thank you. And what are the next toll road concessions to conclude, and when will they return to public hands as per the concession agreement?
Sorry, can you repeat that
question?
Sorry,
what are the next toll road concessions to conclude, and when will they return to public hands as per the concession agreement?
The first one, I think, to come back to government hands is the Cross City Tunnel. And I think it's in 2038, but I might have to just check that.
I think my colleague, Ms. Campbell's just having a look to see if we've got those details for you, Mr. Rath.
No, I don't have the end of the concession date, so I can tell you how much the tolls are.
Maybe on notice.
Yeah, no, we're happy to, of course.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. And I'm also advised that the contract of Christine Lithgow and Associates by New South Wales Treasury regarding legal advice for toll reform was recently extended from June 2025 to June 2026. Why was that?
Are you sure it's a Treasury contract and not a transport one?
I'm pretty sure it is. So
I think it could be. I think it's Treasury, but it might be transport.
I think I'll confirm this in response, Mr. Rouse, but from memory, this is the former General Counsel that we employ from time to time. Yeah. One, because she's quite brilliant, but two, we have a relatively small in-house legal team, and we augment that team by occasionally contracting from a small group of highly regarded former General Counsels. Ms. Lithgow is one of them, and I think our General Counsel, Charles Cho, has done that in order to support the tolling work.
And within Treasury, has any modelling been done, say, since the last estimates on a two-way toll on the Harbour Bridge?
I would need to take that on notice.
I think, Mr. Rath, the modelling is led out of transport in terms of the traffic modelling, and there would be various scenarios modelled with different assumptions depending on the nature of the advice requested by the government.
So more of a question
and
to
indeed
that.
by the independent reviewers who contemplated that option.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you. I might move to another issue now. I'm not sure who can help me with this, but I've got some questions on the renewable fuel mandate.
The renewable fuel mandate.
Maybe just to you.
Yeah.
And then
a process of
anyone else
elimination
wants to chirp up at that.
Yes.
So I suppose in the first instance, are you aware of, or is New South Wales Treasury aware of the EPA's proposal to introduce a renewable fuel mandate for coal mining?
Personally, no. I can take it on notice to ask the question of the organisation, but I don't think anyone here at the table is aware of that. Mr. Rath?
I have a few questions on this. It
Okay,
might be easier if I put them on, do them as supplementary
Or
questions
perhaps
if no one
to
can.
the Minister for Natural Resources.
I think it's more about input the Treasury's had, which we'll ask separate questions to Natural
Okay.
Resources as well. But I might put them as supplementary questions because there's no point
wasting
going through them now
your time now.
if you don't
Sure.
we don't have the relevant people here.
We're briefed to the eyeballs, but not on that. I'm
No,
afraid.
that's okay. I'll lodge them and you can come
thank
back
you.
to me. I'm sure someone can help me with the emergency services levy reform. though.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, through you, I suppose in the first instance, where maybe an update on where things are at. Submissions closed on the consultation paper some time ago, sometime in May 2024, and we're all eagerly awaiting the next step. So, any update you can provide?
So work of analysis is underway. I might see whether my colleague Geraldine
I can
Carter...
probably help you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Obviously there are steps that are being undertaken. So IPART is progressing the work as insurance monitor in terms of monitoring the removal of the ESL from insurance premiums. Also, we've requested ESL data from the insurance companies and from local councils in terms of the kind of site-by-site classifications that need to be done to kind of progress the design of the levy. So that's where all the steps are at the moment. So that work will be done because that will help with designing an ESL.
Thank you. And in terms of IPART, what exactly are they doing? Because obviously we're not taking the ESL off insurance premiums as yet. We're still in the very early stages. I understand that in the future they'll have a role for monitoring that process to ensure that premiums come down as the ESL comes down. But what's their role or function at the moment?
So my understanding is that they're doing kind of that work that they need to do, that if it did progress and they had to have a monitoring role, they obviously need to
be ready for it. I think they're required under legislation to produce quarterly reports on their activities in that function. So I don't have the most recent report to hand, but that would be available on their website.
Thank you. And in terms of the data collection, we're very good at collating in New South Wales data on the unimproved value of land. Historically, we haven't been very good at collecting data on the improved value of land, which I know the government has been interested in collecting that as part of this ESL process. Where's that at now? Have we collated all of that data in terms of attaining, the improved value of property? Should the government go down that path for ESL reform?
I defer to Ms. Carter if you've got an update for Mr. Rath.
Yeah, no, I'll have to take that as a question on notice to get the exact detail.
Thank you. Do we have any timeline on when the government might put forward its preferred model? Obviously, there's the 4 different models in the consultation paper, but when can we expect a date for that?
That is the subject of government consideration at the moment. So I can't assure you of a date, but it is under, as we like to say, active consideration by government at present.
Thank you. Is it the intent, I suppose, of the reforms that you're looking at to be budget neutral? Is that one of the...
Well, and neutral in a revenue sense across the totality of people who are currently paying ESL and would pay an alternative property levy.
Yeah. I know the Treasurer...
So it's neutral in aggregate. Obviously, the distribution is a matter of, the policy work that's happening at the moment to understand how the options play out distributionally.
Overall revenue budget neutral, essentially. Yeah.
Yes.
And I know the Treasurer mentioned it earlier today, but that insurance taxes are often some of the most inefficient, and that it may have come up at the round table this week.
Yes.
Is there any more information you can provide us about what discussions were had about boosting productivity through removing insurance taxes in particular?
No, I wasn't in the room, and the Treasurer was not wearing a wire.
Good. We'll have to ask the Treasurer.
But it's been long recognised that a tax on insurance, in terms of its tax efficiency, it's dreadful. We know that.
I think that's pretty much it from me on ESL. Did you have anything to add?
No, I'm not on ESL.
Got some other.
Yep.
Yeah,
Can I go to you,
Thank you.
Ms. van der Walt? Distribution forecast for various funds managed by the government, the NIF, the SAHF, I think it is, the NGF.
Social and Affordable Housing Fund, yep.
TMF.
But between the 24-25 half-yearly report in December 24 and the 25-26 budget in June 25, revisions totalling $860.7 million were made to the distribution forecast from 5 Treasury funds. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Right, good. So if I go to the New South Wales Generation Fund, $220 million was not distributed in 24-25, and the distribution for each of the following years was revised down by around $139 million for a total over the 5-year period of $776 million. What was the money going to be used for, and what is the reason for the revision downwards?
So I might...
You want to start?
I might start. Earnings from a fund are essentially above the line and below the line. Above the line, those funds that are able to be distributed, it's dividends, and below the line, the improvement in capital gains within the fund that we recognise, but they don't run through the operating result. So above the line through the operating result, below the line not through the operating result. And like other funds, we have access to a mechanism that enables you to smooth distributions across years from funds. So I'm more than happy for either Marina or David to talk about the operation of the AMIT mechanism. But it's a function of two things. One, we start the year with assumptions about what of the total earnings from a fund are available for distribution and what are taken as a capital gain, essentially. And then we have the ability to smooth distributions across year using the AMIT mechanism. It's not a new mechanism, it's been available and used by government historically.
Yep, that's correct.
Well, that's a bit not responsive though, because you must have made some decision about distributing the funds during the relevant year, because in fact you've made a forecast about the distribution. That's been revised downwards.
Yeah.
Why has it been revised downwards?
Because our forecast was wrong. So the share of the earnings of the fund in total that are available for distribution was, by the end of the year, first thing, you don't know what the actual performance of the fund will be during the year, so that explains part of the volatility. But the second element is when you come to the end of the year, what of the earnings are actually available for distribution. So we had a forecast on that, but that's a forecast in aggregate that, like all forecasts, is a best estimate. It's always wrong. It's a question of by how much.
Over the various funds, we've got it wrong by $860 million.
That's not unusual, and I look back at the history of forecasting and the actual available distribution from the funds.
Because in relation to the New South Wales Infrastructure Fund, that's been reduced downwards by $73.594 million. Wouldn't you have thought in terms of...
I should make a point in Mr. Deverell's favour, which is the total earnings of the fund.
I was going to say,
actually
I
rose.
can't Mr. Deverell. I'm a bit disappointed in his performance.
Rose significantly between the half-year estimates and the final year results. So overall, the earnings are up. You're itching.
Why is the distribution down then?
Well, we don't look after the distribution, but I'll play into the complications of trying to forecast distributions. So there's the first up, you have to try and make an estimate of what performance is going to be, which at the beginning of the year is extremely difficult. We'll have long-term capital markets assumptions that say equities might be up 7 or 8%, but they could be up 20% or they could be down 10%. So that's part of the forecasting challenge. And then the second part of the forecasting challenge is working out what is the split between basically dividend income and interest income and capital gains. And that's probably even more complicated than the first one. So you've got two levels of complication almost multiplying together to make a challenging task for Treasury, who will make some assumptions in the budget as to what the actual above the line contribution will be. So it's complicated.
So what's the formula though for making a decision about how much will be distributed from a fund?
I'll hand it back to Treasury.
Well, those distributions are advised once a year.
Yep.
I think we received that from T Corp and their custodian, and that's based on the actual fund performance. So we receive those estimates in May each year, and that's when we can make an assessment of how our forecast compared to what has actually been earned above the line.
So, Mr. Deverell, you've given advice in relation to the actual, I suppose, the actual earnings which you would have.
The best guess, yeah, that's right. As at May, but things can change rapidly even in June, and it can be quite a challenge if you take particularly some of the US stocks, which typically pay very paltry dividends, but might deliver an enormous return via a capital gain. And then you've got the realised capital gain component, the unrealised component. It's a fiendishly difficult task, and we try to put precision, or we try to sort of provide a level of precision that, quite frankly, is impossible to do. But if you have to give point estimates, that's what you do. In an ideal world, you'd have a range around it, but you can't do that in a budget.
Please continue, Mr. Tudor.
Well, obviously you've made forecasts now for how does government operate in that environment relating to forecasting for distribution? Because a lot of these funds, in the Social and Affordable Housing Fund, for example, we would have expected there was obviously a prediction for more money to go out of the Social and Affordable Housing Fund for social housing, and yet we've reduced it.
The two things are utterly separate. So the Social Housing Fund was established, and then assumptions were made about how much money it would earn, and that was assumed as an income stream that, as you'll recall, Mr. Tudor-Hope, the community housing sector, religious organisations who held land, others, were invited to bid back to government what year-on-year subsidy they would require to deliver additional social and affordable housing and some wraparound services. And the fund provides money each year under contract, and from memory they're 20 to 25-year contracts with various consortia, mostly community housing providers and often faith-based organisations. So that money flows under contract each year, and you're not seeing that in the numbers you're looking at. What you're looking at is the returns for the assets in the fund, which were assumed to earn, from memory, I think 7% a year. over time. And in the last year, they actually earned 12.6%.
Good result.
Very good result.
Thank you. Yeah,
good result.
But it's difficult in those forecasting endeavours that we work on with Treasury.
And during the course of the year in the larger funds, Mr. Deverell and his teams and investment managers will be buying and selling assets all the time. So, and taking advantage of market conditions that you can't fully anticipate at the start of the
That's
year.
right.
So it's a fiendishly difficult exercise.
And herein lies the rub. We're there to maximise the returns of the fund. We're not there trying to optimise the distributions from the fund.
Yeah.
And so while the two might be linked and correlated over the very long term, in the short term you will have differences.
But the longer you retain the money in the fund and without distributing the money in the fund, accordingly, it helps the government's debt position, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Well,
so the non-distribution can be a way of improving your debt position.
Your net debt position.
And your gross debt position.
Potentially, but...
Well, yes. Can I just... who has done any work in relation to Woollahra railway station?
You.
Sorry, who?
Has anyone at the table done any work in relation to the modelling for Woollahra railway station?
I need to take that on notice.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I mean...
well, from the Treasury perspective, I'm sorry, Tom, you're...
Oh, no, it's just, that's sounding difficult. I mean, the modelling, we haven't done any work on modelling, but in terms of work, we have, with my colleague Saeed, liaised with Sydney Water in terms of providing for housing across the housing accord period and the years beyond that, just to determine the extent to which there may be infrastructure deficits that could impact on future housing. And as part of that work, which has been going on for some time with Sydney Water, we've looked at the ability of incorporating more housing in the eastern suburbs.
Yep.
And there has been an interest in additional housing in Edgecliff as well as Woollahra. We haven't done any modelling in terms of the actual total capacity of housing or people that might use railways, but we have been working with Sydney Water to determine that additional housing can be accommodated in those parts of eastern in the eastern.
And that would require rezonings, I assume.
We haven't been involved in any of those discussions, but I think your observation is correct. If you want to increase the amount of housing in a particular area, that often requires rezoning that land to a high density.
Yep. And for the purposes of establishing the line, it would need to close, would it not, for a period of time, once for the purposes of establishing the new station?
I think if the specific questions about design, construction, impact on operations, that'd all be best to Transport for New South Wales, because it'll depend on their construction techniques and timing of works.
Well, it'd also have an impact on revenue, though, would it not? So that, to the extent that their work is to be done, and $193 million has been set aside to do that work, it may also impact upon the ability of the line to function.
When the line, if I understand your question correctly, when the line's open, the government can enjoy revenue from patronage.
Yep.
When the line's closed,
and it would need to close if you were going to do the work.
Yeah, it's a specific question that Transport would be best to answer, because it would relate to their construction methodology. Because the line itself does close generally overnight in the wee hours of the morning, and some construction can occur in those hours. But it's a question that Transport would be best placed to answer, because they're the ones responsible. They would be responsible for building methodology.
And to be clear, we haven't been asked that question.
Mm.
We've looked at the eastern suburbs or broadly around the capacity to support housing from a water, wastewater and other infrastructure, as we have been asked in other areas in Sydney or elsewhere. But we haven't been asked any technical questions around what would happen if you build a station there or close the line or impact on revenue. That's something we haven't been asked to do.
But to get to the figure of $193 million, some work must have been done to establish how long the line was going to be closed, what the potential purchases of other property around the station? Has that work been done?
Presumably, but it's not something we have done. So, but as Mr. Gellibrand said, it is a Transport for New South Wales question.
And walking in here this afternoon, I heard a number of 193, and it.
Well, yeah.
We've
taken that on notice.
Yeah, I'm just not sure the origin of it, or.
Can you tell me on Monday?
Or where.
Would you tell me on Monday?
Well, we've got 21 days, I think, to respond. So.
Well, in respect of it, just as a broad principle, is it Treasury's position that a new tax would be imposed upon developers by way of $15,000 for the purposes of contributions based on the rezoning and their proximity to the new station?
Sorry, you're asking me a hypothetical about a hypothetical, I think.
Has the government adopted a policy to impose a new tax of $15,000 in respect of contributions to be made by developers for development properties in proximity to the new station?
So the Parliament has legislated the Housing and Productivity Contribution Framework, which determines certain, when I say certain, I mean clear to potential developers and investors, the contribution that attaches in different parts of Sydney to different types of development. So that's a framework that has been endorsed by the Parliament and is being used.
So for a project at Wallara, has it been agreed that $15,000 per unit or per lot will apply to that development?
I don't know that there's a certain project at Wallara, and I'd have to take the subsidiary question on notice. I simply don't know.
Well, as a matter of policy position, that would in fact add to the cost of housing, would it not? If that amount was added to the cost of housing in the eastern suburbs?
Well, this comes to the economics of attaching contributions for enabling infrastructure to facilitate housing supply. And obviously, if the whole point of having a clear and certain regime was to allow developers to know in advance the cost of contributions, and so factor that into what they're prepared to pay for land. So the incidence of the housing and productivity contribution is actually on the land seller. Now, obviously, there's a period of transition where that doesn't quite apply, but that is the sort of, the fundamental economic design of it.
Well, is it the case that as a policy position, the rezoning would take place within an area of 800 metres around the station?
No, you're anticipating a decision that I'm unaware that government's made.
No, that's true, but if it was to make that decision?
I couldn't speculate.
Keep going, please, David.
You'd anticipate that if that decision would be made, it would capture parts of Paddington, Double Bay and Centennial Park?
It's speculative. I'm sorry, I can't comment on that.
If the station was to be built, will that rezoning take place before or after it is built?
Again, it's highly speculative. You're asking the head of Treasury to pontificate about the decisions in the planning system on a project that is...
Well, it must play into the policy...
It's speculated but not confirmed.
It must play into the policy positions relating to the decision about whether to proceed with that policy proposal.
Again, I'm sorry, I just note your comment.
Yeah. Ms. Livingston, you've no doubt read the wonderful decision by the President of the Industrial Relations Commission in respect of the Fire Employers Union.
I've read parts of it. It's 187
pages.
Yeah, it's a long
It is a long decision.
Yes, I can't say I've read every word, but I've read parts of it.
Yeah, and you gave evidence in that case?
I did.
You gave it on behalf of the government?
So I was asked to be an expert witness by the Secretary of Industrial Relations, the Secretary of Premier's Department.
Well, clearly you were an expert witness, but you gave evidence on behalf of the government?
No, as an expert witness, you give evidence on your own behalf. Or not on my own behalf, but as an expert. It's not to advocate for any particular position.
The Secretary is employed by the government, are they not?
The Secretary of IR?
Yeah.
Yes.
And she was I think the respondent in the proceedings?
I think it's actually Mr. Draper.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah. The respondent in the proceedings?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were called as a witness for them?
Yeah, they asked me to be an expert
And
witness.
you work for Treasury?
I work for Treasury, which is part of what gives me the expertise to
Yeah, it gives
play
you that
role.
expertise. So it's really semantics, isn't it, to say that you weren't giving evidence on behalf of the government, isn't it?
No, I think it's a really important part of the legal system to distinguish what you're there for. And if you're called as an expert witness, you're called because of your expertise to provide information that related to your expertise.
So the expert evidence you were giving is Treasury-based expertise, is that right?
It's certainly expertise that I've gained from working at Treasury and working on the budget and pulling that budget, well, assisting government to pull that budget together each year.
So the evidence you gave, of course, was relied upon by the government, was it not, for the purposes of seeking to establish their position in respect of the appropriate award which was to be made to the firefighters?
Could you repeat that question? I just need to understand the sequence.
The
of
evidence,
what you're saying.
the evidence that you gave was relied upon by the respondent to maintain.
The IR Secretary asked me to provide evidence relating to some scenarios that could play out, specifically the government's wages offer and the offer put forward by the FB, or the proposal put forward by the FBEU. So what I did was provide data relating to those scenarios, submitted that under affidavit for submission to the Industrial Relations Commission, and then was available to be questioned on that evidence.
Well, at paragraph 39 of the judgment, have you got the judgment in front of you?
I've got parts of it, and in fact do have paragraph 39.
Yeah, and paragraph 39 provides that the Secretary contends that the Commission should award 9% wage and wage-related increases over 3 years in the form of 3% increases effective from the 26th of February of each year, the first of which has already been made by consent. The Secretary then goes on to say that they relied on expert reports, as you've indicated, from yourself, Mr. Greg Houston, and Ms. Wilkie. Is Ms. Wilkie not here?
Ms. Wilkie has been appointed as the Under-Secretary of the West Australian Treasury, and we hope that she will operate as a sleeper agent and blow up the West Australian GST deal from the inside.
A worthy appointment.
It's a great credit to Joanne, and it's a reflection of her reputation nationally as a senior Treasury figure.
Well, unfortunately, she's not here and she can't answer my questions in relation to that, but notwithstanding...
It's her only regret on taking our job is that she could not come to Western.
I'm sure that's the case, and she's and Mr. Houston's not here, is he? Because he, in fact, works for an independent firm of economists. So, unfortunately, Ms. Livingston, it's you. So, the Secretary contended that the wage rise should be 3% per year.
The Secretary did contend that.
Yep, and that was the evidence that you gave was in support of that contention.
It wasn't so much in support of that contention, but it was to provide evidence of what that would mean for the fiscal position and outlook. So the Industrial Relations Commission was re-established recently, legislation was changed, and they're required to give consideration to the fiscal position and outlook of proposals put forward.
And effectively, the 3% per year was the government's position, was it not?
That was the government's position. It wasn't a position that I put forward. I just modelled the costs and the impact on the fiscal position.
Well, indeed, but so it would be wrong to say that that it was not the government's position to only seek 3% per year. It is the government's position, was it not?
The IR Secretary sought an agreement consistent with the government's wages policy.
That's right, and the wages cap that the government imposes.
Well,
the wages policy doesn't include a cap.
It doesn't include a cap.
Well, that's just a way of construing it.
Well, no. I mean, you look at the settlements that have been achieved. There have been mutual gains achieved that have been paid for. In some cases, very significant mutual gains. In the case, for example,
but
of
the government
police.
the government has a position. So I'll move on. At paragraph 45, the judgment moves on to say the Secretary relied upon the report prepared by Ms Livingstone, which considered the impact of the competing proposed increases in wages and the government's fiscal position and outlook. Nothing to change there?
No.
No. And then in paragraph 46, in short, Ms Livingstone's evidence was that the fiscal position and outlook of the New South Wales government is challenging, correct, with large budget result deficits and cash deficits contributing to increasing debt at the same time as interest rates or the cost of borrowing has increased. It was her evidence that any pay increase that the Commission awarded, including the increases sought by the Treasury, would have a negative effect on the government's fiscal position and outlook. You stand by that?
You've just read part of the determination by the IRC.
So it's paragraph 46.
Yes,
yep.
That's what it says.
And then in paragraph 47, in fact, putting on record all of your evidence, or not all of your evidence, but the observations. But your evidence, Ms Livingstone's report recorded that the New South Wales general government sector budget had been in deficit since 2019-20 and that the 24-25 budget projected a further operating deficit of $3.6 billion, being 3.1% of government revenue. And then is the important part, paragraph 48. Oh. The projected deficit. You should all have a copy of this judgment.
We're sharing it.
You should all have a copy of it. The projected deficit will add to existing debt levels and increasing expenses. Ms Livingstone's report identified that the 24-25 budget projects the general government cash deficit over the 25. Then going down further, as they increase, less money is available for public services and programs. As a result, the government must either borrow more money, which in turn increases fiscal pressure, or raise additional revenue through measures like state taxes to maintain these services. Is that still your position?
I think it's fairly plain. I would say that in any instance when a government is in debt, if it wants to spend more money, it would either increase debt or increase revenue to reduce the requirement to borrow to fund any additional expenditure. It's a fairly simple proposition.
And then the conclusion, starting at paragraph 52. As noted, it was the evidence of Ms Livingstone that any pay increase the Commission awarded would have a negative effect on the government's fiscal position and outlook. She provided calculations to estimate the total cost of the increases proposed by each party, having regard to council and insurer contributions, including the superannuation increases. And then at paragraph 55, Ms Livingstone identified that such increases would extend to an increased debt and interest burden, higher revenue requirements, increased pressures on the budget and an increase in bond yields, thereby further increasing interest expenses. And at paragraph 56, Ms Livingstone's report concluded by saying, the larger budget result deficit and the larger state debt burden under the FBEU position means that more fiscal remedial measures will be required to achieve the government's fiscal strategy. For example, this may involve decisions to reduce services or programs and or increase revenue through increased and or new taxes, charges and fees, which would have the potential impacts on the people of New South Wales. What services are going to be reduced?
I think the operative word there is may.
Yeah. What services may be?
I also note that the principles apply. The actual outcome is very immaterial in the context of the total budget. So I think as the determination, if you read further, indicates that in this case, given that the government policy was already factored into the budget and that the increase determined by the IRC was not what the FBEU sought.
And it wasn't in the budget?
The amount is immaterial to the budget.
Well, you reckon? Because later on, of course, you start talking about precedent risk. That's an impact on the budget, surely.
If a precedent materialises, but it's all speculative.
Well, what do you say the precedent risk is for the potential decision in relation to nurses and midwives?
I cannot comment on that. It's not my area.
Have you been asked to give evidence in that case?
I have been asked to give evidence in that case, but my expertise is not around predicting the precedent risk. I provide information on the scenarios that are provided to me.
Yeah. Well, on the basis of the decision which has been reached by the President contained in his judgment, do you anticipate that the flow-on risk of the additional 2%, which was not provided for in the 2 COVID years, would flow through to the nurses' decision?
Look, that will be entirely up to the IRC's judgment. It's not
well, they've told us, haven't they?
Speculate.
They've told us.
I don't think they've commented on the nurses.
No, he hasn't commented, but he's actually identified. He's actually identified in the course of the judgment. One of the factors that he's taking into account is the failure to keep up with CPI in the COVID years and in respect of the judgment which was made by the Industrial Relations Commission during those 2 years. Hasn't he identified that?
Look, you've got the decision as I do.
But it'd flow, would it not? You're the expert.
I'm not the expert on precedent risk in IR matters.
You identified precedent risk. Having calculated the impact of the parties' respective positions on New South Wales debt, Ms Livingston's report then turned to estimating the potential precedent risk.
That was because I was asked to model the impact of a variety of scenarios. I didn't predict the probability of any of those scenarios, but just provided costings, which I think provides helpful context for the IRC about the range of possible impacts that could occur.
Well, you've done substantial work on it, because by this she meant the risk of the increase having what industrial practitioners will call a flow-on effect, leading to increases in wages for other groups of employees. Ms Livingston presented calculations that assumed the FBEU's position on wages and superannuation, but not other entitlements, would be granted in full and would then flow on to all other public sector workers covered by unsettled awards across the sector. You've done that modelling.
So the IR Secretary requested that modelling. It's not because I forecast that's a scenario that will materialise.
Well, at least that part that you can now forecast will materialise is contained in the President's decision, is it not?
I don't think you can conclude that, but again, not my area of expertise.
Would you not agree that at least insofar as the 2 COVID years where the Industrial Relations Commission admitted that it made an error in forecasting inflation rates, and in fact I have to indicate that in those years the President was counsel for the government in respect of both those decisions where it was underestimated. In both those years the Commission has now found that cost of living pressures were not in fact maintained.
Look,
and awarded an additional 2%, did they not, in this decision for those 2 years?
They have awarded an additional 2% in those 2 years in this decision. They do have a set of wage fixing principles that they consider. All I do is provide evidence on the fiscal position and outlook.
If in fact that 2% is now used as a precedent risk, what impact do you say that will have on the budget?
I can't tell you.
You're the expert.
I haven't done that. I haven't done that work.
Because on the basis of the precedent risk that you identified, was this, you said this, her evidence was if that was to occur, gross government debt would increase by $15 billion over the 4 years to 27-28, made up of $13 billion, $14 billion increase in employee expenses and $1 billion increase in interest expenses.
So that was a particular scenario I was asked to model that's unrelated to the IRC's determinations.
What model was that?
Sorry?
What was contained in that model?
The modelling was the IR Secretary requested in a letter of instruction was to consider whether the proposal put forward by the FBEU, which was significantly more than what the IRC determined, if that flowed through to other cohorts, what the impact would be.
Well, paragraph 59, based on your evidence, the President makes a number of conclusions. Have you read those conclusions?
Yes, I have.
And you form the view that in relation to those conclusions, they are the conclusions that will apply to further wage claims currently before the Commission?
I think each case needs to be considered on its merits and in its particular circumstances. This one in particular is quite different to others in terms of fiscal position and outlook because the Emergency Services Levy funds 85% of the activities of the agencies that this applies to.
But that only impacts on where the actual funding for the wage increases is coming from. The Emergency Services Levy then is passed on, but it doesn't impact the principles which apply.
No, but my evidence is around fiscal position and outlook. I just have to keep stressing that because it's very much contained to
Mr.
that focus.
Have you done any work in relation to the impact of this decision on future?
No. So we are obviously, like many people in the public sector, we're going to read the decision closely to understand the Commission's reasoning and the basis of its reasoning. But I think Ms Livingston gave an excellent account of what she did do and what she didn't do. And what she didn't do was exercise any kind of professional judgment on precedents. That was a scenario that she was asked to cost, delivered to her by the Industrial Relations Secretary.
Yeah, but she certainly. But you agree with this, wouldn't you? That she certainly did, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you did identify the potential for precedent risk.
No, she was asked to quantify a precedent risk scenario. She wasn't making a judgment about whether there would be precedent risk. She was conducting a arithmetic exercise based on some assumptions given to her by the Industrial Relations Secretary. Sorry, I shouldn't speak for you, Liz.
That's correct.
Well, maybe you read paragraph 58 differently from me.
Well, Liz was there.
Well, when the President says, having calculated the impact of the parties' respective positions on New South Wales debt, Ms Livington's report then turned to estimating the potential precedent risk of any decision to increase firefighters' remuneration.
So I think the way that the Industrial Relations Commission has described that is still, as I described, my evidence was about a scenario provided to me by the IR Secretary that I did some calculations on. I did not do anything to estimate the potential of that scenario actually materialising or occurring, just costed it so that the IRC could have that as context in their deliberations.
Well, but the issue of precedent risk was pressed by the Secretary, was it not, as part of the Secretary's argument?
Look, I think that's a question for the Secretary.
Am I seeing him next week or the week after?
Okay.
Maybe I am.
Hmm.
I will. I will ask the secretary, but as you can anticipate, I'm a bit interested in this.
Yeah, no, indeed.
It certainly appears, does it not, that the consistent approach to be taken will be in respect of the missing COVID years increase, that is something that the Industrial Relations Commission will adopt.
I think that would be highly speculative. This is essentially the first of their arbitrated determinations. I don't know what conclusions we can draw.
Okay, well, I also have lived in an environment of precedent risk, and I have to tell you, it's a precedent risk. When is the nurse's decision likely to come along?
The decision?
Yep.
Very hard to forecast. There are hearings scheduled for late in the year in November and December. Perhaps starting in October from memory, but they're over a few weeks, and then a decision would be a period of time beyond that.
An additional provision is contained in the new Industrial Relations Commission Act, which has been passed by the Parliament as an object of the Act to take into account gender equality and gender pay differences. In considering the nurse's claim, is that something which will impact on the evidence that you will give?
The evidence I give is, as an expert witness. I'm asked by the respondent to provide facts and my expert evidence around particular scenarios. So I haven't been asked to do anything that explicitly addresses gender.
Would you agree then? Well, you may not agree, but if in fact gender pay differences, historical gender pay differences are taken into account in respect of nurses and midwives as an assumption, that will produce an even larger potential outcome for nurses and midwives.
It's speculative. It'll be up to the IRC how it considers the gender elements.
What's your view, Mr. Kurtztrotter?
The same as my colleagues, Ms. Livingston's, speculative. So it's a court. It will go about its work, I'm sure, with real rigour.
What will be
weigh and balance whatever evidence it seeks on that aspect of the claim.
Two factors.
Yep.
The 2% COVID years.
Yep.
The gender impact. You don't see it being less than 3%, do you? I
don't have.
Which is the government's offer.
I don't have a view.
If it is the same as the firefighters and it is the 5% for the nurses, what's the impact on the budget?
We can take that on notice and give you a costing on that, but I mean, as Ms. Livingston said, the Commission is dealing not merely with its wage fixing principles, but the application of its wage fixing principles to the particulars of each case, and the particulars of the nurse's case are different to the particulars of the FBEU case.
Well, when the objects of the Industrial Relations Commission Act were put in place and gender undervaluation of work was included as an objective of the Act, was any modelling done then in relation to the potential impact of that objective?
To my knowledge, no.
It could be quite significant though, could it not? There has been a decision of the Fair Work Commission in relation to this, which gave a substantial increase in wages because of historical gender imbalance in relation to the bargaining powers of particular workforces.
Yeah.
And it potentially has a very significant impact on wage decisions, if you looked at that case.
Well, matter for the Industrial Relations Commission.
But wouldn't Treasury want to have some view in relation to that?
Treasury has two roles in this matter. One is to provide expert fiscal evidence, and one is to provide expert economic evidence.
Well,
at the request of the Industrial Relations Secretary.
Let me ask you about something else.
Okay. Terrific.
I'm sure. Terrific.
No, I just welcome whatever the topic you've got.
Well, in any event, can I ask you about the sort determinations in relation to Sydney Water? The Premier wrote to Sydney Water asking or requiring them in their upcoming determinations to take the cost of living impacts price determination.
Oh, sorry, the IPART determination.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Did I say something?
You said sort.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
I thought you'd unearthed something I knew nothing about.
That'll be a first. Cost of living price determination, yes, and opportunities to adjust project timelines within the price determination period, and over the next 10 years to minimise price impacts.
Yes.
You're aware that
yes, this was the Premier's letter
to
IPART. Yes.
Now, clearly, that has an impact on Sydney Water's ability to fund additional water projects.
Well, obviously, IPART as a regulator has a great influence on Sydney Water's ability to sequence and fund infrastructure projects. The Premier's letters are very important input, but they, under their legislation, have a framework in which they assess the price applications of Sydney Water or other regulated water utilities.
Well, there's $5.9 billion in water infrastructure, and maybe, Mr. Gillibrand, you have some view in relation to this. In the $118 billion infrastructure pipeline, there's $5.9 billion has been included for water infrastructure. Now that's been reduced or halved down to, I think, over the next...
Well, it's, of course, an interim report from the regulator, not the regulator's final report.
It's also, just to correct, I think the 5.9 billion is what IPART in the draft determination proposed to reduce the number, which was, I can't remember the exact number. It was
118?
No, 118 is the state's budget.
Yeah.
Correct.
The
Sydney Water's budget.
Sydney Water's budget is separate.
Yeah.
And the IPART draft determination, which is still interim, so there's a final determination, proposed to reduce the number by 5.9 billion. From, which is a third, so it was about 16 or 17 is the number.
It was their total budget.
Total budget for the next 5 years, proposed budget by Sydney Water, and IPART proposed to reduce it by 5.9 billion. So it's not 5.9 billion, the whole budget for water projects over the next 5 years. So
and everyone agrees with that as a proposal? I assume no one disagrees with that?
No.
That's water is a really important component of delivering housing, isn't it?
Yes, sure.
So to reduce the amount of water infrastructure by that amount is in fact reducing the availability or the ability to deliver new housing.
No, I don't think that's true, and I might encourage my colleague Tom Gillibrand, who's done considerable work on this, to give you some information.
And happy to help,
of course you are.
In this line of inquiry. I think there's a temporal dimension that we need to be mindful of, and that is that if you are given money to invest in an asset, time is required to define, design, deliver, and then implement that particular asset. So if you're thinking about time and you wanted to connect a house to the network today, you'd need to get approval for Sydney Water to do that. And from our engagement with Sydney Water, the answer was universally, kind of almost everywhere, yes, there is water available, you can connect. So when we reflect on the interim determination...
Doesn't apply at Wilton though, does it?
There are caps in place for certain developments in that Greater Macarthur, Wilton area for different reasons. Some of them go to the operational performance of sewage treatment plants, as well as some augmentation of the water supply system. So we start off talking more generally. If you want to connect a house to the water network, say in the greater part of the established areas of Sydney, that capacity is available. And when we've spoken to Sydney Water, they say yes, and for the next 5 years, generally, there is capacity available to accept new housing in line with the targets in the Housing Accord period. The interim price determination by IPART is foreshadowing a reduction in capital available to Sydney Water to invest in growth, which picks up commercial, industrial and residential. But if we just stick to housing, they're talking about future assets to accommodate housing. All of those assets take time to be delivered. So there's not a direct and immediate impact on a reduction in capital availability and service availability. There's often can be a delay of several years.
Well, but it stands to reason often housing is not delivered for several years, and some of the projects which potentially are in the pipeline now will not be delivered for several years. For example, if in fact Rose Hill had been approved, that housing wouldn't have come along online for up to 2040, I think was one of the estimates, where potentially the subdivisions and the water was delivered to that site and whatever, and the infrastructure was delivered to that site.
Yeah, I wouldn't speculate on the actual timing, but you're right, there's, from the point in time when you're saying we will support housing, there's a number of enabling activities that need to occur.
So well, could I just put this? This is what the Civil Contracts Association and Western Sydney, they warned this, that if this $5.9 million in proposed water infrastructure is delayed, then Sydney Water could only support 120,000 new homes over the next 5 years. And Sydney Water itself has warned that this would delay water pipes and sewerage by 12 to 24 months for new housing in some areas. Do you disagree with that?
I think, I don't know if I'd use the word disagree. I just think there's more nuance around the impact of a reduction in forward-looking capital. And I say that because there is general capacity to accommodate growth for the next 5 years. Now, when you say general capacity, that doesn't mean that wherever you go, whenever you go, the water will be available. Sometimes there's small augmentation required, and they're often referred to as developer work. So just at the front of the property, pipes might need to be relayed, augmented. There might need to be some local works that are undertaken. And quite often those are actually undertaken by a developer and then subsequently recovered from future beneficiaries. So there's an arrangement in place for that to occur. So some of that augmentation can enable housing, and it can also occur in such a way that it doesn't rely on the capital that Sydney Water would normally deploy. It's actually the market will say, okay, well, I'm keen to go now. I'll do that little bit of augmentation.
And I think there's a proposal by government to facilitate developers actually doing that work.
It's a long-standing arrangement that Sydney Water's had in place for since well into the last century. Yeah. It's called the recoveries generally.
Yeah. But as a matter of principle, if we're seeking to deliver 377,000 new homes by June 2029, a decision not to invest in new water infrastructure acts as a barrier to delivering that housing, doesn't it?
Again, I choose my words carefully. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a barrier. It's just a matter that needs to be considered in a time perspective, because it's really important to reflect that the government did make some very important investments in Sydney Water assets quite recently, I think within the last 12 months. There were sewage pumping facilities in Austral, major investments in Camellia. I think indeed the South Creek.
Are we proceeding with the Camellia site?
There was an approval for investments to occur there, which would provide for some capacity in the sewer network. And so those investments have been made, and as I mentioned before, it takes some time for those things to actually be deployed, but that actually enables that development to go ahead. So even though IPART's foreshadowing that there might be a reduction in available capital moving forward, that doesn't mean that today we've got an extant problem, because there is a pipeline of work, and there's also a pipeline of capacity, to use a slightly trite term.
How much, Mr. Kustrada, is paid by Sydney Water as a dividend each year?
Well, that varies. Sydney Water's dividends are contained in budget paper number 1.
Over the next 4 years, they're due to receive about $2 billion, aren't they?
From memory, that sounds about right. Now, bear in mind that these numbers are based on Sydney Water's application to IPART. And so if IPART's final determination limits, reschedules Sydney Water's capital envelope, that could have some effect on the profitability of the business and at different points in time, and therefore its dividend return to government. And the one other point I'd make about the discussion you just had is IPART's not specifying the project Sydney Waters must or must not do. Yeah. It's giving it a capital envelope, and within that it can reprioritise. And the response, the iterative response to the interim report, I think does provide IPART to ask for and receive further information about the implications of any of this for housing delivery. And I think
have they done that?
I think they're doing that.
Sydney Water have made a submission in response to IPART's draft determination, and that's being considered by IPART now.
Just as a matter of principle, the government could forego the $2 billion dividend, could it not?
Yes, it could, but
if we had this commitment to doing water infrastructure to support housing.
Yeah, but I mean, in essence, that's a decision to spend $2 billion.
Well,
there is an option for the
government. Government's got a whole range of decisions available to it. That's one of them. Sure.
However you want to construe it, but it is money the government doesn't have at the moment, which is getting from Sydney Water. Rather than seek the payment of that dividend, it could allow Sydney Water to continue its capital works program, could it not?
I think the virtues of the state-owned corporation model are well understood and have been well accepted by governments over a long period of time, which tries to provide the appropriate commercial incentives to drive efficiency and effectiveness. And furthermore, with Sydney Water, of course, it's appropriately very heavily regulated by IPART. So IPART takes that into consideration in its decision making as well.
But what it is, where the tension exists, though, of course, is the Premier's letter to IPART. In fact, requiring IPART to take into account the impact on cost of living.
That is, I think the Premier's letter is, the Premier's letter is the Premier's letter. The IPART legislation requires it to consider a range of interests in making its decisions, including affordability for households, business and other water users.
And the problem which exists in relation to that, of course, is that it doesn't also take into account the priority to deliver housing.
Oh well, it absolutely does. And it will be. It has been doing so. Has been doing so through this process because it's received submissions on the issue, and as my colleague Ms Campbell just indicated, it's received a further submission from Sydney Water as well.
Mr Gellibrand, as a proportion of budget, new infrastructure spending has reduced, is it not, to 2.5%?
No, I think it's a record dollar terms. It's a record. The $118 billion capital works program is at record levels. What the budget papers reveal in one of the charts is the general government infrastructure program expressed as a percentage of gross state product.
Yes.
And it peaked at about 3.5% a couple of years ago, and as you look at our forward estimates, we've got it slowly coming down to 2% of GSP. Now, of course, each year the size of the state's economy grows, and by that fourth year we're anticipating we're going to be the nation's first subnational $1 trillion economy. So 2%, it's 2% of a growing number, but it implies a general government capital program of a bit above $20 billion a year.
Yeah, but that $118 billion that you...
Yep.
That includes the $5.9 billion, which is currently under threat, doesn't it?
Well, when you say threat, I mean it's subject to decision making by
IPART, and
by
where
IPART.
there's an interim determination which seems to support that will be cut.
Now, I think the capital program from the 118 is... Yeah, it's just the GGA. Just double check. Anyway, sorry, you keep going, Mr. Shooter-Hope. I'll just check the numbers.
So it's if that occurs, it'll be back to about 112 billion.
No, I'm pretty sure Sydney Water's on top of the 118.
Sorry?
I think Sydney Water is on top of the 118.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yeah, I think it's in.
No,
it's in the 118.
It's in the 118. Sorry, and the chart I'm referring to is chart 4.8.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so the light blue is is both Sydney Water, other water corporations, and Essential Energy. But the bulk of it, as you say, is Sydney Water's proposed capital program.
Yep. Can I ask you about Glebe Island? Has any modelling been done in relation to the impact of removing Glebe Island as a working port?
So the
There's
cabinet
a review being done, as I understand.
Yeah, the cabinet office has coordinated that work. I think it's a question best directed to them. They've engaged with a whole range of agencies, including Treasury, but they've also engaged, of course, with the Port Authority.
Yeah, but well, to the extent that they've engaged with Treasury.
Yep.
What does Treasury see as the impact of removing Glebe Island as an active working port or some sort of hybrid model?
I'm not sure Treasury has expressed a corporate view on that. I think we've been involved in discussions analysing what the options would be if you move those functions from Glebe Island. Where could they go? When would they go there? And what are the costs associated with that happening?
And the options include potentially moving to Port Kembla, does it not?
From memory, that is one of the options. Yeah.
Yeah. And is it Treasury's view that Port Kembla is a viable alternative to Glebe Island?
I would need to take that on notice to be...
That would be a matter for the Transport Minister, I think.
Yeah.
Well, there would have to be some modelling which the Transport Minister would have to look at to be able to say what...
But we would be relying on the expertise of our colleagues in Transport.
That's right, yeah.
Are you aware when a decision is going to be made on that?
No, I'm not.
Mr. Coutts-Trotter, do you or any of your colleagues use WhatsApp as a messaging system?
Yes, I do.
Do you record the decisions which are reached or other communications which...
So it's a good question you raise, and I think people conflate the media with the message. So regardless of the medium, WhatsApp, Signal, me waving to David Deverill across Martin Place, if we are communicating a decision of significance, regardless of the medium, we've got to keep that record, whether it's WhatsApp or any other medium. So the medium is irrelevant. The question under state records is this a record of the state that needs to be kept?
And I agree with that.
Yeah.
There are never any returns to papers which include WhatsApp messaging.
Well, in my case...
Would that surprise you?
Well,
I'm not sure if in your case, but...
In my case, it would be the family WhatsApp, and I don't think the Parliament would take much interest in it.
Do secretaries communicate with each other on WhatsApp?
No, in New South Wales, no, I don't think that's usual. It's usual just a text message.
On Signal?
No, that seems to be a cultural feature of the leaders of Commonwealth departments. They're
It's a cultural feature of the leaders of New South Wales State Departments.
Well, I do have Signal, and I have used it to communicate with Commonwealth colleagues, but it's mostly just gossip and chit-chat.
And in respect of communications with the Minister, do you use WhatsApp or Signal?
No, I usually speak with the Minister, but otherwise it'd be a text message.
And text messages don't have the ability to disappear?
Well, no. My text,
WhatsApp
I've not found a way of making it disappear yet.
You've looked.
I'm still looking.
You've looked. But I just want to put this in your capacity as a secretary.
Yes.
That the issue relating to disappearing messages, both on Signal, WhatsApp, and there are a myriad of these other platforms that are used for sending messages. Is there a policy position that, in fact, disappearing messages should not be used in communications between colleagues?
Well, it's the most important thing, as I say, is the fundamental. Is this a decision that needs to be recorded as a state record? We might be talking on the phone when you're my minister, and you may ask me to do something that I need to take a note of. The voice conversation has gone into the ether, but I've taken a note. You could do exactly the same thing on a Signal communication that itself disappeared, but you'd take a note about it to record the basis of your decision making. So you look past the media and look to the principle, which is that we need to be accountable to the public for the decisions we take, and we need to ensure we have adequate records of the basis on which we make decisions and the fact that we have made a decision. So it's
as a matter of principle, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't argue with any of that.
And then, in the case of disappearing messages on a platform, obviously the task is to ensure that people in the public sector who may be using that platform understand the principle that sits behind it, so they record appropriately.
So to the extent that potential disappearing messages, inadvertently even, may act as an impediment to proper record keeping, it would be
Within Treasury, I would discourage it because I think you can forget. So I would encourage people to behave as we currently do, which is to have a really close regard to our obligations under the State Records Act. But this is just something you have to keep raising awareness of inside public sector organisations. It's not that people want to do the wrong thing, but sometimes they forget the principles that underpin all of this. So you need to remind them of the principles, why we keep good records.
Does New South Wales need a new prison?
I don't know.
There are increasing numbers of people being held on remand.
Yeah.
Has any advice been sought from you in relation to...
No, but I do recall, because of previous roles, that during the previous government, there was very significant investment in expanding the capacity of prisons, which actually allowed the retirement, the temporary or permanent
I was going to say, I think it was against a background where there were retiring prisons.
Both permanently closed and capacity within prisons that have now been mothballed and replaced with newer, higher quality, more functional, safer environments, safer for prison staff and safer for inmates. So I would imagine there's still quite a bit of latent capacity in the system, but of course it's a judgment for our colleagues in DCJ and in corrections about if the prison population does rise, what are the options within the existing prison footprint to accommodate that rise? or whether or not they come forward with
Is there a trigger?
proposals.
Is there a trigger where, well,
Oh,
obviously
cor-
bed
cor-
numbers,
cor-
I suppose, is the trigger.
Well, corrections has pretty sophisticated understanding of all of this through all of the work of planning, building and delivering the change to the prison estate in the last decade. And obviously remand prisoners need to be located in particular places so that if you get pressure on the remand population, it's a particular pressure. It has different implications to a rising population of sentenced prisoners.
This might be entirely for a minister to answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. But one way of reducing prison numbers, of course, and the pressure on the system is, of course, bracelets. What is the cost of embarking upon bracelets for monitoring people on remand, as opposed to, in fact, including them as part of the prison population?
Yeah, Mr. Tudor, hope I'd have to refer that to my colleagues in DCJ. Yeah.
But has any you're unaware, are you, of what the...
Well, I'm aware of previous work, as I say, some years old now, but yes, a lot of work was done at the time to look at a whole range of options to try and ensure community safety in different settings, including people on remand in the community, people on bail in the community, or people in the community on corrections orders or intensive corrections orders.
Well, I'm just about exhausted since I have no other colleagues here to support me. You might be grateful on a Friday afternoon if I give you an early mark and
we are.
Get away. Is there anyone I haven't asked a question of?
Anybody want to
Gary,
volunteer?
I haven't asked you, Eddie, but you get a free pass.
All right.
I
Thank
can
you very
probably
much.
answer some of the questions I took on notice earlier, if that's okay.
Yeah, by all means.
Firstly, the first concession to come back to government is the Cross City Tunnel, but it's coming back in December 2035, so it was only a few years off.
Yep. It's only a few. That's okay.
In terms of the number of meetings the negotiation team has had with the concessionaires this year, 17 of them happened after last budget estimates. And in terms of steering committees, of all the steering committees we've held this year so far, 10 of those have happened after the last budget estimates.
Yeah, there's the questions you asked that you just giving.
Oh,
For the benefit of my colleague, it is.
I was like, I've already asked that question.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving you the answers.
The answer, December 35 for the Cross City Tunnel goes offline.
Yeah.
Number of meetings is 17.
17 for meetings with the concessionaire since budget estimates, and 10 meetings of steering committee since budget estimates.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Can
Any more?
I
No,
can
all
I
done.
just
All
answer
right.
one question?
Thank you very much.
About
Well-
ESL.
Sorry?
Can I just answer a question? The one you asked about
Better.
improved land value. No, they haven't. The team hasn't collected improved land values at this stage.
Do we know when that
Go on.
process might be completed?
Homer calls it the guide.
My understanding is
Guide.
because the data, it's
Homer
quite
thinks
complex
that
and
we'll do
costly to
guide.
collect, until they're ready to progress to the next stage, they won't progress that work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Well, thank you very much to all our public officials for your attendance, for not being exhausted by Mr. Tudor-Hope. We very much appreciate your attendance, the work you do for the people of New South Wales. If there are any matters taken on notice or supplementary, the Secretariat will be in contact with you in due course. Thank you again. We will see you next time.